Okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, YouTube started, so I'll do some editing while you're doing it. But you're on air.
Okay, great, thanks. Good morning, everyone, or wherever you are in the world, what time of the day it is for you. My name is Thangtong Gyalpo. I'm located in Brisbane, which is about
while you're doing it. But you're on air.
Okay, great, thanks. An hour and a half drive from Brisbane, or wherever you are in the sorry, an hour drive from Chenrezig Institute on the Sunshine Coast. Maybe if you could just mute yourself, that might be a good idea, because I can get a bit of feedback.
No, it's done.
Great, thanks. So good morning, everyone, wherever you are in the world. My name is Thangtong Gyalpo. I'm about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute on the Sunshine Coast. I'm in Brisbane, Australia. It's a beautiful sunny day here on a Saturday morning, and I'd like to get going this morning's prayerathon. So let's just start the session today by settling ourselves, making sure the lower half of your body is nice and stable. It's not going to move and distract you. Spine is gently straight, as if it was a pile of coins, not too hard one way or the other. Spine nice and straight all the way up to the neck. Just a little tuck of the chin if it's required, just to make sure that neck is in good alignment with the rest of the spine. Just focusing on the physical sensations of breathing. Focus your attention on one particular area. That might be your belly, your chest, or even the breath passing through your nostrils. Just allowing your body and mind to calm itself naturally, as it does when you're asleep. As we just focus on the breathing, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings for whose benefit we are doing the practice today. All those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you. All those who may trigger you, may consider to be merely labelled as enemies. All those people you might pass on the street and don't know and might label strangers. All the people around the world suffering in the myriad forms of samsaric suffering, such as physical ailments like COVID-19, hunger, thirst, suffering from natural disasters, man-made disasters. All those people are clearly suffering, who in countless past lives have been our mothers, given of themselves for us. All those kind mother sentient beings in the world now who are people with mental suffering. Might be actual mental illness, or it could be the anxiety and stress of living in or near those situations with people with COVID-19, natural disasters, man-made disasters. They too have been our kind mother sentient beings innumerable times. All those kind people in the world who appear to be enjoying life, who are actually undergoing the suffering of change, have what could be appeared to be happy, perfect lives, but that too will end with no guarantee of a favorable rebirth the next life. Those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering. And all the kind mother sentient beings in all the 6 realms, the animals, pretas, hell realms, asuras, form and formless realms, who are suffering in all the different ways, who have been our mothers, kind mothers in so many times, innumerable times in past lives. So we do this practice today, not only to free their current suffering, but free them from suffering forever. And of course, the best way for us to do that is to achieve enlightenment ourselves. For it is in Buddhahood that we know the best way to benefit sentient beings and have the best power we can to actually benefit them. So with the motivation of recalling all those kind mother sentient beings in all the 6 realms of the 10 directions, we make the powerful, unwavering determination to achieve enlightenment in order to place all those kind mother sentient beings in that very state as quickly as possible. Take a moment now to bring to mind any individuals or groups of people you'd like to motivate for today. We'll start, pardon me, with the motivation from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sangha from disease. We'll say this motivation through several times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Taking a moment now to feel that refuge in your heart. Before we recite the mantra, we'll do a brief visualization of Arya Chenrezig Apakashvara. With firm concentration, visualize in the space above the crown of your head the divine form of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, the central face is red, the left is green, the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in ruffle aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is a red-coloured Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dharma chakra, turning the wheel of Dharma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next hand holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is the concentration being, syllable Shri, surrounded by the garlands of the mantra to be recited, Om Mani Padme Hum, white in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outwards, from which an incalculable assembly of deities of the Great Compassionate One are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. We recite a few times out loud, then continuing on silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Continuing to recite the mantra. Bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings currently suffering from COVID-19. Those who have recently passed away from COVID-19. Those who are suffering mentally, watching loved ones suffering, worried about themselves catching the disease. Those suffering from long COVID. Those kind mother sentient beings caring for those people who are sick at the moment. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from natural disasters and man-made disasters. All those human beings who are suffering right now. Bring them to mind. Visualize the white light from our Chenrezig's heart, purifying all the negativities, obscurations, and broken damage pledges. Continuing to recite the mantra, bring to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are born in the human realm, all their suffering of change, and all ways of suffering of conditionality. White light from our Chenrezig's heart, purifying all the negativities, obscurations, and broken damage pledges. Continuing to recite the mantra, visualize all kind mother sentient beings, including yourself. White light pouring from our Chenrezig's heart. All kind mother sentient beings, the 6 realms of 10 directions, purifying all negativities, obscurations, broken damage pledges, placing them in that state of our Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now, moving to the actual prayer, we're going to be connecting the virtue we've just created to the aspiration, to the result that we wanted to achieve. We'll say this through out loud several times. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the mind from the body in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodying beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Before we move to the general dedications, take a moment now to make any specific dedications of merits today that you personally might want to make. Moving now to the dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta. May this precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and that arisen not decline but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mount Junath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Saviour, myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Pardon me. To seal with emptiness. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And finally, the dedication prayers from Shantideva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. We'll read these across from left to right and then down. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth. May those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may we too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And that's the end of my session, just on the hour. I see Venerable Katie's here. Hello.
Hello,
Good
Venerable
afternoon.
Gompo. Is that's your name?
That's my name, it is.
Nice to see you. Are you in Queensland?
I'm in Brisbane, yes, in Queensland.
Nice. Beautiful
Where are you
Gompa you're in
from?
there.
Well, I'm actually in my home. This is Chenrezig Institute Gompa in the background.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And I just thought that it was one morning when I got up before everyone else for a nungne. I took the photo and I was very impressed. So having Chenrezig above the crown of my head was I thought was a
That's
good
really,
sign.
yeah, me too. Look, see, this is what, here.
Yes, perfect.
I have to kind of move over.
Yeah, I do that too. I move. Oops, no, I'm in the wrong place. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Where are you from originally?
Perth, Western Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A long way away from where I am now and where you are now.
Exactly. Right now I'm in California. Okay, I better get started.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Thank you. Bye. And welcome everybody on the YouTube Live and Facebook Live, whoever is there. And hello, Chenrezig. Nice to see you. Hi. Okay, thank you. So let's just settle into our meditation posture. Check your feet. If they're down, parallel position. Make sure your legs are comfortable. If you're in a cross-legged position, perhaps have a couple of cushions underneath. Sit bones slightly raised. Hands in the meditation mudra. And imagine your spine is a string of pearls of light stretching from the base all the way up through the crown of your head and out beyond. Head is slightly tipped forward, eyes down, looking along the length of the nose, tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Relax the jaw. And let's just relax the crown of our head and our forehead and eyes and nose and cheeks, area around the mouth, the jaw, back of the head, the neck, the shoulders, upper thoracic, the throat, the chest, belly, limbs, hands, fingers, feet, and toes. And let's just bring our mind to the breath. So we notice the sensation of the air as we're breathing in is slightly cooler than the air we're breathing out. If there are any sounds in your environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to have the mind run off to investigate or be distracted. And then notice your thoughts as they arise and abide. And just try and bring your mind to the same place your body is. Try not to engage with your thoughts or judge your thoughts or get caught up in any kind of conversation. Just keep the mind on the breath. And we'll bring to mind all the people of our life, our loved ones, our enemies not so loved to us, and our strangers, all the sentient beings. I think we're doing this puja for their benefit, for all the people, all the beings who are still somehow affected by this pandemic. Some places in the world it's still really quite serious. And think also of the people who are in the war zone right now, the people in Europe who are probably feeling kind of nervous about it. May this recitation and Chenrezig meditation help to, in some way, help to pacify All beings, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now we'll just go to our excuse me, Chenrezig meditation. So imagine now space is filled with all beings, including the people of your life, and they're sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. And if this is difficult for your mind, just fit as many as you comfortably can into your mind. Your parents and your other family members are beside you. Your friends and maybe like your best friends, the ones you like, behind you as support. Excuse me, and the people you don't get along with in front of you, eyeball to eyeball. And the others are all around. And think about the suffering of all these people and their beings. And first think of the suffering of your parents and your other people that you're close to, all their worries, their concerns. And open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. And think that just like you, they want to be free of all suffering and feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think of the people that you don't like, the ones who've hurt you, and imagine their suffering, physical pain, their discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity, dissatisfaction, and think that just like you, they don't want problems either. And they've probably got, if they've been mean to you, if they've harmed you, they probably have a habit to do it. They've probably harmed other people as well. So they might be lonely, they might be insecure and have this kind of very disturbed mind full of hate all the time. So you can feel compassion for them because of that. They can't find peace. So open your heart to these people for whom you normally feel irritation or anger, and expand your awareness to take in the trouble and pains of other human beings and of animals, insects, birds, all the animals of the water and the oceans. And try not to be overwhelmed. Suffering and unhappiness and pain are temporary, impermanent. Feel strongly the aspiration to do this meditation yourself so that you can help others be free of their suffering. Now imagine above your head, facing the same way as you, is Chenrezig. Is the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love and wisdom. His body is made of white light, transparent and radiant, and really try to feel this living presence. He has this beautiful, peaceful, smiling face, and he radiates love to you and all the beings surrounding you. He has no judgmental thoughts towards you and accepts you exactly as you are. So you could also imagine this is the mind of your guru, your teacher, manifesting in this way, in this form, this aspect, for your benefit. And Chenrezig has 4 arms. His first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes, a wish-fulfilling jewel. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He is sitting on a white moon disc on a white lotus. His legs are crossed in the full lotus posture. He has wearing the 5-pointed crown on his head, and that's embedded with jewels. Also, all this is made of light. And he's wearing exquisite jewelry around his neck, his ears, around his waist, arms, wrists, and ankles. And he's wearing these celestial robes in the Royal Indian style. And they're just kind of floating. There's an aura around his head and around his body of light. So these kind of visualizations help to brighten our mind. But if visualization is, and the details are difficult, you can just imagine this ball of compassionate, enlightened energy, the mind of your teacher above the crown of your head. And really try and open your mind to Chenrezig's serene, loving, compassionate, kind energy. So let's just make a prayer from our heart to overcome our own misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop love and compassion for all beings. And really try and feel that you're connecting with your own true nature, your highest potential. And in response to this request, Chenrezig sends lovingly streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body, and purifying all your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions, your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with limitless love and compassion. And your body feels light and blissful, and your mind clear. And the light from Chenrezig radiates out to every living being, purifying all their negative energy, filling them with bliss. As we recite the mantra, we can imagine this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, such as the results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now imagine Chenrezig above the crown of your head dissolves into white light, and this just kind of melts into you, absorbs into you through the crown of your head and reaches your heart. And your mind merges indistinguishably with Chenrezig's mind and the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your Guru, however you see them. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. We'll just hold this feeling for a few seconds, and whenever your usual sense of I begins to arise. You're bored. You need to go and make lunch or dinner or whatever. Do something else other than what we're doing now. Try and very gently bring your attention back to the feeling of oneness with your teacher, with Chenrezig. The qualities of Chenrezig's mind, infinite love and infinite compassion. Just dedicate all the merit we've created in this very short half hour to all the people of our life, to all the sentient beings, to all the sentient beings suffering from COVID, from all the sentient beings somehow caught up in the war in Ukraine. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you're the source of happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, savour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very much, everybody, YouTube and Facebook Live, if you're there. And thank you very much, Chenrezig. And I will see you next week. Lots of love. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you so much for hosting. Goodbye.
the ones making the tough decisions, the politicians, world leaders and state leaders and so forth, and all the border forces and so forth who, they're frontliners in that, here we have all these rules and regulations we didn't have. Just over 2 years ago, I was in this centre, and I think it was just when the first case had been announced in Australia. I was visiting here, and now we see what's happened, magnified, so much on the world stage in our human experience. So may this decline quickly. So like that, we can engage in this practice. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Nasakya from disease. Continue to hold all those sentient beings around us in every atom of space. And then in front, image of, say, Shakyamuni Buddha, or, manifestation of all the objects of refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So abiding your mind, allowing it to settle into that space of refuge. How precious, how dear to have these magnificent opportunities in this very precious human life. To have the most reliable objects of refuge, our safe haven, our guides, the beacons of light, the sun rising in the world in the form of our precious gurus, inseparable from the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, contemplating their good qualities and our good fortune. And in particular, as Guru Shakyamuni Buddha said, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, when indeed the Dharma has ripened fully in our own mind stream, and then we attain that state. Abide in that space, that clarity, that luminosity, which is your true self, or your wisdom, mind, clarity, space. And out of that spacious wisdom, clarity that sees things exactly as they are, naturally arises, spontaneously arising, the heart of infinite altruistic compassion to each and one of our kind mother sentient beings around us in every atom of space, visualizing above your crown, above their crown, an emanation of all that is pure altruism, pure compassion, be it Arya, Chenrezig, be it from any faith or in the nature of light, be it just that purity, the light of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, the crown of every sentient being. And then as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, most known in the world, and generating the energy of that around in the space around us, around the environment, transforming the environment, providing protection to each and every sentient being, and then the healing energy of that streaming down from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, this embodiment of compassion above your crown, the crown of every being around you, streaming down, soothing, cooling, pacifying any ailments, any grief, anxiety, depression, overwhelm, anger, whatever, all the disturbing states of mind, all the physical ailments. Imagine all gets completely purified, our body, mind detoxed to the max, and more becomes pure, glistening, radiant light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So that light, cooling, refreshing light nectar that is streamed down through your crown, the crown of every sentient being around you, transforming completely your body, every cell, every particle of your being, every subatomic particle, every unseen particle of your being, and spaces in between. Radiant light, blissful, radiant light of compassion, vibrating, radiating out through all the pores in your skin, through your heart chakra, going out in each and every direction to every other sentient being and pouring out from their heart as well. Heart to heart connection of love, of compassion, of this energy that knows no identity, that is just is, not mine, not yours, not ours, just is. This is in the nature of who we truly are, connecting us heart to heart. Really feel that heart connection, compassionate connection, even as we remain physically distant, as many of us do around the world. And on the basis of that infinite altruistic compassion, spurring us on in our practice, the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Each and every one of us here, around the world. Each and every one we visualized around us on every atom of space. And of course, as we always dedicate this for our precious gurus. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can gather together the energy of all the dedications, all the prayers done by ourselves today, in this next 24-hour period, all our past dedications and prayers, present, future ones, all those of all the dedications and all the prayers being generated by all people of faith throughout the world. May all these dedications each and every one be fulfilled immediately. So then doing some more extensive dedication prayers, sealing these merits with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is a complete elaboration my mind has made up, not existing any atom of space, attain the state of Lama Tsongkhapa's full enlightenment, depending on many, many causes and conditions collected over countless great eons, and lead each and every sentient being without exception to that enlightened state. By myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. And then I like to do the final Lamrim dedication. For my 2 types of merit vaster space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives, Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread, or once spread have declined. May I reveal the treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time by even this graded path to enlightenment completed due to the wondrous virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons. May all humans and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the 10-fold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. And then dedicating for the long lives of our precious gurus. In the land encircled by snow mountains, who are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. And everyone be safe, be well, well protected, compassionate, kind. And good morning, Venerable Gompo La.
Good morning, Venerable Chokila. How are you this morning?
Good, good. You enjoyed the Lamrim retreat? I know where you are. I recognize that space. You're still there. Where are you?
Not quite still there. I'm at home, but this is my background.
Oh, it's your background, yeah.
Yes, as we're doing Māori mantra, I thought having Chenrezig above my head is a good thing.
It's perfect. You're well positioned. Good. Oh, you've done that very well. I'm at Tara Medical Centre in Bunbury, the other side of the country.
It's only about 4,000 kilometres away.
Yeah, not far.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Isn't it just? Yeah, yeah. Good,
Hope everything's going well for you over that side of the world.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Now we're in a also slightly cooler. It's a tolerable heat than it was the last month. So very good. Yeah, everything's going very beautifully here. Yes, very
Wonderful.
nice. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Come with the next session.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gyalpo. I'm in Brisbane, which is in Eastern Australia, about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, about 4,000 kilometres away from Venerable Choki, who was just leaving the last session. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that I live on, the Yagara and Turrbal peoples, and I acknowledge their custodianship and the elders past, present, emerging. And then from Geshe Zopa's recommendation, may whatever we do here in this session be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. Then going on to some more personal motivations for today, thinking about just in your own space, thinking about anybody who you know of in your life who's suffering, bringing those people to mind and their suffering to mind. Now, motivating, we're doing this practice for ourselves to end our own suffering, but also for those people you bring to mind now who you know of close to you, and expanding that motivation out to all people in your local area, your city, province, state, country, we know to be suffering from all the ordinary ailments, physical and mental ailments of samsara. And then on top of those ordinary physical and mental ailments, we have the COVID-19 pandemic and all the suffering that comes with that, those people who have died terribly from it, those people who are currently suffering from it, those people who are terrified of catching it, those people who have all the mental anguish of having lost loved ones, not knowing what the future holds, the incredible suffering of all those kind mother sentient beings from the pandemic, extending that motivation out to sentient beings in other realms, such as the animal realm. We know all those kind mother sentient beings born in this life as an animal who are suffering due to humans wanting to eat them, be entertained by them, eat products they produce, use them selfishly for their own benefits, not considering the well-being and the suffering of those kind mother sentient beings, animals. And there's the broader range of animals who are wild animals who have no certainty over what food they're going to have, no certainty over their safety, always looking out for their own safety, never really being quite settled and calm, always being worried about where the next meal's coming from. All those kind mother sentient beings, motivating now, thinking that you'll do this practice now in order to achieve the highest, most perfect, complete alignment, to be in the best possible position, to free all those kind mother sentient beings you've brought to mind from all their suffering forever. Taking a moment just to feel in your heart that motivation. Moving now to the motivation from the prayer. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say the motivation through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment just to feel that refuge, not just reciting words, but to feel that genuine refuge in your heart, in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Just going to do a short visualization of Chenrezig before we say the mantra. With firm concentration, visualize in the space in front of you, or yourself if you have the initiation, the divine form of the 1000 Arya Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the Buddha's infinite compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, the right is white. Above those is a blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is the red-coloured Amitabha Buddha, in peaceful and smiling aspect. 2 hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dhamma chakra, turning the wheel of Dhamma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine, compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Maras, and the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is the concentration being, Silver Cree, surrounded by gallons of the mantra to be recited. Om Mane Padme Hum. White in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all of the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incredible assembly of deities of the Great Compassionate One are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings, setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. These then collect back and dissolve into the tree at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you. Visualize those sentient beings, their suffering, the white light from the tree at the heart of Arya Chenrezig emanating out, purifying all those negativities, obscurations that cause that suffering, placing those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you in the state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, expand that field of white light out beyond those who are just close to you, out to all those in your local area, your city, town, city, state, province, all those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering from the myriad of samsaric sufferings, including COVID-19. Visualize those people, those sentient beings, white light emanating from Chenrezig, purifying all the negativities, obscurations, negative karmas, all that suffering, placing them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, expand that circle of light, that light emanating from the Tree Heart of Arya Chenrezig, beyond your local area, beyond your state, province, country, throughout the world, all those kind mother sentient beings in the world who are suffering from all those myriads of sufferings we've talked about earlier in the motivation. Ordinary physical and mental sufferings to the extraordinary condition of the pandemic and COVID-19. Continuing to recite the mantra, expanding that, those beings of white light from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, not just the sentient beings we're aware of in this realm, all the human sentient beings and animal sentient beings, but all the sentient beings in the six realms, Preta realm, hell realms, Suras and Asuras, all the sentient beings of the six realms, white light emanating from the heart of Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, negative karmas, all their suffering, placing them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, feel deeply in your heart, through the power of Arya Chenrezig's compassion, all these sentient beings be free from their suffering forever. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Pardon me. Moving now to recite the actual prayer. We'll say this through several times. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Taking a moment now to make any personal dedications you might have for individuals. Moving on to dedication prayers. To actualize bodhicitta, may this precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to these merits, we all quickly become Guru Buddha in order to place all transmigrated beings in that very state as quickly as possible. For the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness with compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. I'd like to finish with the dedication prayers from Achanti Deva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, and until then, may I too remain, to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And I'm a minute or so early, but that's the end of my session today. I'm very grateful for everyone to have joined us today. And I hope this session, as Geshe Zopa recommends, was the source for innumerable sentient beings to be free from all their suffering forever. Good morning, Venerable Tony. You're on mute. You have to unmute yourself, Tony. Tony, do you know how to unmute yourself? Tony can't hear you because you're on mute. Little microphone button. Bottom left-hand side of the screen, the microphone button. There we go.
Is it right now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. How are you, Gyalpo?
I'm very well. How are you?
All right. How are things down in Brizzy?
It's been raining and off and on, so it's been sunny and raining, so it's not the weather's okay. I've been pretty much staying at home the last couple of weeks since the retreat finished.
Okay. Yeah.
Just going out for shopping.
Yeah. Yeah. But probably a wise thing to do.
For the next week or two as well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's been pretty well much the same here, rainy and a bit of sun and quite a lot of rain.
Oh, thank you very much.
What are you doing today?
I'm going to do some
All right.
online study for the basic program.
Oh, okay, good. All right, I'll see you around.
See you later. Thanks very much.
Okie doke. Have a good day. All right, so then, hi, good morning. Just to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session. And here perhaps to be thinking how it is in the world today, probably as it always has been, that those in positions of power making decisions, it's not necessarily when they make those decisions that those decisions are motivated by wisdom and compassion. But maybe very often it may not be that way. It may actually be motivated by worldly dharmas, such as the idea of gaining power, material advantage, or whatever like this. This is the way of the world. And then also the information that we receive through the media. There's the various media streams that we receive, the points of view that we hear through the media. It's not necessarily the case either that these points of view, these opinions, which is labeled news, comes from out of wisdom and compassion. There may be ulterior motives, and it may also be the case that they're well motivated, but it's not something that we can necessarily believe is coming from wisdom and compassion. And then also as well, the various influences in our society, that from the political level and also with the media, and various other influences that affect people's minds in general in our society. But it comes to be that the people in general, it may not necessarily be the case that they are motivated out of wisdom and compassion. So then, given that this may in fact be the case, it's not surprising that there are difficulties existing within the world, within our own particular country or culture or whatever. That's unsurprising, really. And so then if we have had the good fortune to connect with a tradition that is the embodiment of wisdom and compassion, as is the case in the tradition, spiritual tradition of Buddhism, then we're very fortunate. And this tradition traces back to 2,500 years, back to the founder, Buddha Shakyamuni. And so this wisdom, compassion tradition has had an unbroken lineage over the last 2,500 years. And wherever it has influenced or touched on the society, it's touched those societies or cultures and people in a very positive way. And so it is the case now, in the present age. And so on the one hand, it's not surprising if people don't have connection with wisdom and compassion. And those in power and the media and people in general don't have that their decision-making and so on leads to more problems, more catastrophes, more difficulties. Not surprising at all. But if we do have good fortune to connect within an unbroken tradition such as Buddhism, wisdom and compassion particularly, and this idea in Mahayana Buddhism of the idea of bodhicitta, meaning that we don't reject any being at all, but we try to embrace the welfare of all beings. And with that understanding, then our spiritual practice is influenced, and we influence we understand the events in this world so that no matter what occurs, whatever unfairness occurs in the world, whatever unwise decision occurs in the world, that we don't cultivate the mind of rejecting beings, of developing hostility towards them. Our business is, however we can do it, is to embrace the welfare of all beings. And so we have this responsibility, having made a connection with this tradition and received the benefit from it. The responsibility lies with us, as best as we can, to cultivate the similitude of the mind of bodhicitta, the aspiration to reach enlightenment in order to remove all beings from suffering. And so then, with that understanding, to engage in this practice, this recitation, that from the practice, may it be the case that we can influence the society in a positive way, that we become a force for good in the society, regardless of what happens, whatever events occur, whatever decisions are made by government, and so on. And so then, reciting the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so then, just to invoke the presence of the compassion of all the Buddhas in the form of Chenrezig, having cultivated a positive motivation like this, we invoke all the Buddha's compassion in the form of Chenrezig above the crown of one's head, and then reciting Chenrezig's mantra, three malas worth of recitation of the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now the actual prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grey spirits, illness, and Buddhists, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher, lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, ear sounds of whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, 360 evil spirits, suddenly, before 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, the part of the body, mind, and every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be thou of long life with health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Daikins, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of countless result, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illness, and Buddhists, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher, lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and the sounds of whose names terrify beings where their places start the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it found with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and bound guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher, lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus of interference with 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it thou long life with health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher, lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors that not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings so that lights themselves the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 plus of interference with 360 evil spirits that harm them suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements deprive the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power with long life with health and well-being. The compassion of the spirituals, by the power of the Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher, lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings when they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result in calm and temporary conditions, such as harmful prayer spirits, illness, and spiritual not occur in the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher eating animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the lives of the world. May all embodied beings found harm with acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease. Mere sons whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings found harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 little spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the 4 elements depriving the body, mind, and physical happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life with health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karmas and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temporary conditions such as harms of prayer spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher eating animal, be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors that not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings found harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere saints whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings found harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers and 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of prayer spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease of mere sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers of 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm of prayer spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher eating animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings found harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sons whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings found harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, deprive the body, mind, and every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of prayer spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher eating animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings found harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, 60 or spirits that harm suddenly, 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disturbance of 4 elements, deprive the body, mind, and everything happens be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary traditions such as harms of rest, there are others, Buddhists, and the wrongs of the world. May whatever sufferings are after life-threatening disease, that like a butcher eating an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and the ear sounds these names terrify beings so they place themselves in Mahayana, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are after the service, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and free jewels, by the power of Dakini, sound protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, just to make dedication. And firstly, Tom Shantideva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merit. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on plenty clothes. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever disease there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain. Until then, may I too dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And so then, just to continue on with the dedications, and to dedicate to those who recently died, particularly died as a result of COVID-19, then may they take rebirth to Pure Land, or take perfect human rebirth to kind, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless Mahayana spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain the state of enlightenment. And wherever beings are seriously ill, particularly in relation to COVID-19, may they recover from their illness. And if not, then may they have peaceful death. Take rebirth in Pure Land or perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. Make contact with faultless Mahayana spiritual teachers. Follow the grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And wherever beings are undergoing difficulty as a result, particularly of COVID-19, either directly, indirectly, through sickness or through the death of a loved one, or through any other difficulty that may have arisen, emotional problems, problems with business, relationship problems as a result of the stress coming from COVID-19. May they be able to deal with that difficulty and particularly transform it into something which will be beneficial to others. And may those who are involved in the care of the seriously ill, both the professionals and also the people who are close to the person who's seriously ill, may they find the courage, the strength, the wisdom and compassion to most skillfully help with enthusiasm. And then also in relation to the illness itself, may it be the case that a treatment, a more effective treatment for COVID-19 is found. And that those people who are involved in decision-making in relation to COVID-19, the medical people and the political people, that their decisions are made on the basis of wisdom and compassion and are free of corruption. And then for the spiritual teachers to have long life and to continue to be a source of inspiration to the world. And particularly here is Hong's the Dalai Lama. Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And different teachers in our centres and elsewhere. They have long life and continue to give teaching. And then whatever other dedication you feel is appropriate. Okay, so thank you. Good morning, Katie. How are you?
Good morning, Tony. How are you doing?
Pretty
So
good.
nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Hey, Ginny, Aldo. Who's
Nice to
someone's
see you.
hiding behind IMI.
Thank you for your prayers.
Hi, Coral. Nice to see you.
Thank you for being there.
Oh, that's Venbal Damcho. Is it?
And I'm
Oh.
Aldo.
Oh, that's Aldo. Hi. Okay.
All right, okay.
You're going to go? Okay, see you, Tony.
Okay, Katie, yep, right.
Take care.
Have a good day.
You too. Well, we're evening now. You have a good day.
Okay, all right. Okay.
See you. Hi, Jay. Nice to see you. All right. So I think we'll just start. Okay, everybody, just settle into our... And hello, everybody. If there's anyone on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, I have no idea who's there. This is very strange. Anyway, I have a few people here in the room with me. And so let's just settle into our meditation posture. And just check your feet and your legs. Make sure you're comfortable. If they're crossed, if your legs are crossed, you know, in the regular meditation posture, you can put a couple of cushions underneath each knee to make sure you're comfortable. You can raise your sit bones, just to make sure your pelvis is upright. Hands in the meditation mudra, right hand nestled in the left. And shoulders aligned with the hips. And if you are leaning or sitting on a chair or a couch or leaning up against a wall, try not to use the surface behind you. And let's just imagine our spine is a string of pearls of light, stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head, and just lengthen very slowly. And just notice your neck lengthening, the thoracic spine lengthening, shoulders dropping. Now the head is slightly tipped forward, the eyes are down looking along the length of the nose. And tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Relax the jaw. And just let's draw our attention to the crown of the head and relax the scalp, and the forehead, and the eyes, the nose, the area around the mouth, the cheeks. And bring our attention to the back of the head, the scalp there. Just relax that area, all the way down to the occipital bone. And just notice how your ears relax, your temples, your jaw. And relax the back of the neck and the shoulders, the back, the throat, the chest, the belly, and your limbs. And just check you're not holding any tension in your hands or your feet or your toes. Just relax and bring the mind to the breath, and notice the sensation of the air as it's flowing in. It's a little bit cooler than when you breathe out. And depending on the shape of your nose, you might notice that sensation on the tip of the nose, the base of the nose, or the side. If there's any sound in your environment, your external environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to be distracted by them. Just let them go. And then watch your thoughts. They just arise, dissipate. A bit like bubbles, just kind of bubble up and then burst, replaced by new bubbles. So try not to engage with your thoughts or judge your thoughts. And just bring the mind back to the breath. And I'll start with a motivation at the beginning of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now, just bring to mind all the people of your life and imagine all of space is filled with beings sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. So your parents and your family members are beside you, and your friends behind you as support, and the ones you don't get along with so much in front of you, eyeball to eyeball, and the others all around. Welcome, Shayla. So first of all, think about the suffering of these people and all these beings, the birds and the lizards, the elephant seals I saw a couple of weeks ago. And I just heard today that out in the ocean, waiting for them to return back to the ocean, are great white sharks. What a life. So think of all these beings. But first of all, let's think of the suffering of your parents and the other people you're close to, and open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. Because you know what they are and you're close to them and you don't want them to suffer and you kind of feel bad that they are. And just realize that just like you, they want to be free from their suffering, and feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think of the people that you don't like very much or who've hurt you, and imagine their suffering, their physical pain, their discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity, fear, and dissatisfaction, and think that perhaps how awful it would be to be in the mind of that kind of person that sort of is able to harm others, does it kind of readily, doesn't seem to care. What kind of suffering is inside that mind? And just like you, they don't want problems, but they have no choice, because as long as the mind is ignorant and confused and angry, it can't find peace. So just open your heart for a moment to the people that you normally feel irritation or anger. So expand your awareness to take in the troubles of pain of other human beings and of animals. And I'm thinking right now of those elephant seals, the baby elephant seals, the mothers, the ginormous fathers, kind of growing there on the beach north of here. As soon as they get in the water, they're going to be trying to escape the great white sharks. This is not a life you want to wish for. Okay, but don't be overwhelmed by all of this. Remember, suffering and pain are mental experiences and they are changeable. So I think we're going to have a strong aspiration to do this meditation, and meditation on Chenrezig and recitation of this prayer. Do it for yourself so that you can help others to be free of their suffering and for their sake. So just imagine above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, as Chenrezig. And he is the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, wisdom, kindness. And his body is white light, radiant, transparent. Try and feel the presence of this being above the crown of your head, this white light. You can also imagine this is the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your trusted mentor, however you see them, this person who's guiding you, who inspires your mind in the Dharma. This is their mind manifesting in this way for you, in this form. Just makes it a little bit more personal. So Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling. He's radiating love to you and all the beings surrounding you. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk on an open lotus, legs crossed in the full lotus posture. He's wearing exquisite silks and scarves in the royal Indian style. He's wearing a 5-pointed crown on his head and jewelry around his neck, his waist, his arms, his wrists and ankles. And that 5-pointed crown is, of course, made of jewels, precious jewels. So just try and hold your awareness on this image until it is stable, as much as you can. Try and stay open to Chenrezig's serene, loving, compassionate energy. So make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings, and really feel that you are connecting with your own highest potential, your own true nature. So in response to your request, your wish, Chenrezig sends very happily streams of white light that pours into you, enters your body through the crown of your head, fills every cell and atom of your body and purifies all of your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions and your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with his limitless love and compassion. And your body feels blissful and clear. And then the light from Chenrezig radiates from your heart, from Chenrezig's heart, out to all the living beings, and purifying their negative energy, filling them with love and bliss. As we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma predictors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever disease sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just remember, you have Chenrezig on the crown of your head. This is the mind of your Lama. And imagine Chenrezig dissolving into white light. This flows down through your crown, just kind of dissolves into you, absorbs into you, and reaches your heart and your mind and your Lama's mind, your Guru's mind, merge indistinguishably with Chenrezig's mind. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. So if your usual sense of I starts to arise, thinking, this isn't real, I'm no good, da-da-da-da-da, just remember this is not your real self, and bring your mind back again and again to the experience of the qualities of oneness with Chenrezig and with your teachers. So let's just dedicate all the positive energy you've created today by doing this meditation and these prayers to the happiness of all living beings. So I'll just do some long life prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Imaginus victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the Three Jewels, savour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. There we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, Chuki. Welcome. Goodbye.
Hi. Good to see you. Hope you're well.
Nice to see you too.
And
same to you.
Well.
Okay.
Well.
Lots of love, everyone. I'll see some of you tonight. Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Getty Cole, for your guided meditation.
Okay, so here we are. Welcome back to Western Australia, where it's our morning time. It was so wonderful a little bit earlier to be able to kick off this prayerathon for this week. So here I think we can hold in mind our purpose is engaging in this prayerathon. Each and every one of us, fronting up each and every week, 17, 18 months and so forth, some of us. Thinking of all the beings on every atom of space, all our particularly human brothers, sisters who are all of us collectively affected by coronavirus in whatever manifestation and whatever experience of that, whether we've lost dear ones, whether our dear ones are in ICU, whether we ourselves have experienced COVID or are experiencing COVID, whether we're the medics on the front line, exhausted, overwhelmed, and so forth, whether we're the leaders having to make these difficult decisions in these times, where we're the scientists at the front line, all of us, each and every single one, we cannot say that we don't know somebody affected by COVID, if not directly ourselves. We're all, of course, affected in the sense of our lives have changed so dramatically over the past few years, 2 years or so, dramatically in ways we never would have envisaged, when we were making our New Year's resolutions or our purifications practices just over 2 years ago. I'm at the centre, Tara Meditation Centre in Bunbury in Western Australia, where I was here at that time 2 years ago when the first case in Australia, we had our first case around about 2 years ago, literally. And we didn't know what was in store. Fear arose, but we weren't quite sure what we were fearful of. Now fear arises because we do know what we're fearful of. So we can think each and every sentient being experiencing that, but particularly us humans have their karma for this. And then following in Lama Zopa's guidance, the method to transform a suffering life into happiness up to and including enlightenment. So holding each and every sentient being, and even the non-human ones, in our hearts, in our minds, even those who've passed away. So imagine them all, every atom of space, engaging in this practice along with us, this very spacious refuge of Thangtong Gyalpo. And then think, as Lama Zopa says, especially today, especially right now, this moment. So all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, engaging in this practice, walking, sitting, sleeping, whatever we are doing, moment by moment, this very day, this very night, doesn't become the causes of suffering, of more suffering for ourselves, for those we encounter, but instead becomes causes of happiness, especially each and every one that we visualized around us, including ourselves, to achieve Buddhahood, So transforming every breath, every step, every breath, every step into the causes for happiness for all sentient beings. So we had, this week, the passing of Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, and that quote, instruction from Tay to say, don't consecrate my ashes and put them into a stupa, lock them up in a vase, contain them. And then he said, if you're going to do that, put a sign on, I am not in here. And then he said, and then put another sign saying, I'm not out there either. And then put a third sign, and it says, if I am anywhere, it's in the peacefulness of your step and the mindfulness of your breath. So profound. This is us engaging mindfully in this practice, generating positive, powerful energy that is nonetheless gentle, peaceful, loving, kind, beneficial, from our hearts to the hearts of every single sentient being we visualized around us, every atom of space. Hold, as Lama Yeshe says, think big. Hold your mind in that huge, infinite potential of your mind, of our capacity, of the capacity of our prayers, our aspirations, our positive intentions, actions, speech. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scriptures and realizations, principles of all the Aryas intending virtue in the glorious holy gurus, I take refuge. Please, gurus, bless my mind to become the Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. How precious, how dear to have the guidance of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our precious teachers, to navigate these crazy, challenging times in the world. And no matter whatever happens in samsara, it's always crazy, challenging times. But this particular manifestation right now in the world that is like our wake-up call of interdependence and our wake-up call of spreading the coronavirus. You know, I was just talking to a non-Buddhist friend and saying, we have this insider talk, karuna, the Sanskrit word for compassion, spread that one, heart to heart, our heart to heart resuscitation, connection, compassionate connection with each and every other sentient being, family, friends, those who we have difficulty with, those who we don't even aware of, or the billions of people in the world, and all the other gazillions and trillions. So there's 100 trillion or billion or something like that ants in the world, or the ants in the world, the weight of which equal to the weight of all the human bodies in the world, human beings, you know, just the ants, let alone all the ones we don't see. But we get a sense of our reliance, independence on each other. And so out of a wish to repay that kindness, we'll engage in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakini. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So visualizing here the objects of refuge as you understand those, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, inseparable from your own precious gurus. Here, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable. All our gurus in the world today, all the Dharma, all the teachings that we have, all the Arya beings, direct perceivers of emptiness, of reality, in sync with reality. And then that arising in our own mind, ultimately, our own inner experience of the wisdom mind of a Buddha, the Dharmakaya, infinite like space, abide there for as long as you can on that infant Buddha nature potentiality of each and every one of us. Think, yes, I can, I will, I must, I am that. And on the basis of that profound, expansive wisdom mind that sees no obstacles, unobstructed like space, we can't help but help arising the heart of compassion, the welling up of caring, concern, loving kindness for each and every sentient being, for the sufferings in the world, so precious, so dear, that we have the Dharma to make some sense of, the experiences of our life and the lives of others, of the world, of the universe, etc., etc. So out of this compassion, this, upsurge of infinite altruistic compassion, we can visualize above our crown and the crown of each and every sentient being around us, every atom of space, as we visualized, an embodiment of that infinite altruistic compassion, being at Arya Chenrezig, if we're familiar with the visualization of the Buddha Chenrezig, or any being that for you embodies infinite altruistic compassion, no strings attached, in the nature of light above your crown, the crown of every being. Really feel that power of unconditional love, compassion, kindness, equal regard, like Buddha, to each and every one, regardless they help, hinder, do neither. And from the heart of that being, streaming down, and if you're familiar with the visualization of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum circling around in space, then that from that, glistening, radiant light energy streaming down through your crown, the crown of each and every other sentient being around you, every atom of space. And it's like snowflakes melting in, cooling, refreshing, like a rainfall of compassion into every cell, every atom, every tiny, subtlest little particle of your being, completely transformed into a light body, body of light, healed, everything pacified, body and mind, soothed, healed, the power of healing energy in the world. So we can think like that more and more, transforming our body into this pure, like crystal-like compassion, radiating lights out everywhere, every atom of space. As we recite the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. The jewel in the lotus. So the Om, body, speech, and mind of the Buddha, pure body, pure speech, pure mind. Mani, the jewel at the heart chakra, the jewel, which is compassion, in the lotus of wisdom, our wisdom mind, combining the two. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So feel that you, body, completely transformed by this light, by this soothing light of compassion. Your body radiating with the mantra and the light of compassion. Everything, body, speech and mind, completely purified, healed, oozing with compassion out through all your pores to each and every other sentient being, every atom of space, and back from them who've been transformed into your heart, so that this reservoir of compassion at the heart chakra just grows and grows and grows and grows and gives us the power, the energy to engage in compassionate acts, kind acts, to engage in this practice powerfully, just like the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, internal, external, four elements, myself, the world, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings, so we can think of the 7.8 billion human beings and the gazillions and gazillions of ants and beings in the oceans and beings unseen and seen in all world systems, in all realms of existence. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Pacified totally. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So gathering together here, all our dedications, all our prayers, all our aspirations, all our good wishes for our fellow kind mother sentient beings and ourselves, all the energy of that we've gathered together, that we've accumulated from the past, all beings have, all beings of all faiths, all beings of all good intention, motivation, past, present, future, up to and including the Buddhas, inseparable from our gurus, delighting in that. So here we can gather this all together with a recitation of the four immeasurable thoughts, immeasurable minds. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them to never be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So giving here all our past, present accumulations of merits, all our virtues, or their results, all the way up to and including enlightenment to each and every sentient being. And think that you've placed each and every sentient being into a state of bliss, of joy, especially the joy of full enlightenment, and take great delight, rejoice in that. Rejoice in all the merits of each and every one of us, ordinary beings on the path, past, present, future. Of all the ordinary being bodhisattvas, past, present, future. Of the Arya.
Okay. Good evening from Washington State, on the west coast of the US. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, for well, not only supporting the ongoing prayerathon, but also even when we have, I think today was a bit challenging to schedule because of the Day of Miracles. I think probably quite a few of the Sangha in the States were busy this afternoon in centers and doing practices with groups. So thank you very much for finding being able to play recordings so we can continue the continuity of the prayers. So hello to Aldo and Terry and anyone joining on YouTube. We've got about an hour together. So that's an amazing opportunity for us to enjoy being able to focus our attention and use this time to turn our minds towards virtue, to see what we can do to create, to foster a sincere, heartfelt, positive, altruistic intention, and to infuse that intention into the various prayers and practices that we have the opportunity to do, to offer this an act of generosity to anyone that needs these prayers. And by the way, some benefit for ourselves and imprints and deepening positive qualities that we can dedicate towards the long-term goal of enlightenment and the long-term goal of being able to benefit all beings as much as possible. So in order to do this, we become interested, curious at what conditions we can bring together to support the most effective actions. And we can recognize that having a focused attention being present and engaging our awareness into whatever it is that we're doing enhances the quality of that action, the impact, and therefore the imprint in our minds. So understanding that this foundation of a stable mind is so valuable. We also recognize that our mind moves, it thinks, and it's very difficult to keep it fixed in one place. So we set the intention that as best as possible, as best we can, we focus our attention, interest into the practice, into the prayers. And we also make a plan for when we find our mind moving to another place, another time, distracted, that we let that go and bring our mind back, bring our attention back as soon as we can. And a way that we can enhance this practice is to recognize that it's not so much the thoughts that come and go in the mind that are the problem, it's our chasing after them or allowing ourselves to be pulled by them. If we can just see them as thoughts, like waves arising and falling, then the mind is less prone to being pulled. So setting our intention that for the next hour, as best we can, that we'll lean into these activities with a curious and a open-hearted state of mind. And then upon this more stable foundation of focus and awareness, then we can further enhance the effect and impact of any thoughts that we bring to mind, any reflections that we consider. The more that what we do is infused by a long-term view for deeper benefit and more interested and focused on the infinite number of beings that are included in other, and less focused on just self. But this also enhances our practice, anything that we do. So this sense of interest, care, concern for other is quite easy when we think of loved ones. We naturally feel connected and interested in their experience, wanting it to be a positive experience, wanting them to be free from suffering. So this is a wonderful dynamic that we can enjoy with our loved ones. Almost flowing freely without much thought, a spontaneous care for them. And what we want to do is bring this ability, open it up towards not only those that we feel close to and our loved ones, but to find a way to bring these beautiful states of mind into relationships with those that we don't know so well. And even those that we consider people that are difficult to be around. Maybe we feel that they've hurt us, or we don't understand their actions, or they seem very negative and destructive. The more that we can find a way to open our hearts, to care for their experience, and to feel, to develop some sense of responsibility for their happiness, for their well-being. Then we can develop a far-reaching love and compassion. A long-term view, far-sighted, but not so interested in the more superficial differences between friend, enemy, and stranger, but is looking at something deeper, the experience of being a living being in the cycle of samsara. Suffering in many ways, and continuing to create the cause for suffering. So when we recognize that all living beings are exactly the same in their wish for happiness and to not experience any kind of difficulty, then we can feel this connection. We're like brothers and sisters. The most important innate wishes in our minds are exactly the same. Conceptualized differently, perhaps, but the drive towards a good experience and away from negative experiences is exactly the same. So we already, if we choose to look carefully, we already have a very intimate connection with every single living being. And despite this wish for happiness that pervades everything that we do, and a wish to not suffer that also pervades everything that we do, because of our confusion, nevertheless, we create the causes for the very suffering that we don't want. And because of this confusion and ignorance, we neglect to create the causes for the happiness that we do want. And so we cycle from suffering, reacting, creating the cause for suffering, reacting. So we can see in this way, we can get some taste of when the masters talk about oceans of samsaric suffering. And we can also see how at the root is this confusion of cause and effect, and a confusion about how things exist. And so we can see that training our minds, studying, understanding, reflecting, meditating on how things exist, on the nature of cause and effect, we can transform this confusion and ignorance into wisdom. And we can turn this spiral, this cycle around through training our minds in this wisdom. Then we can create the causes for the very happiness that we seek. We can refrain from those actions that create the causes for the suffering that we don't want. This brings the mind, body, relationships, our existence into more and more positive experiences. The mind becomes purer, lighter. And then we can deepen this wisdom to see the nature of reality. And when we can do this, then we can cut this ignorance and we can completely free ourselves from this cycle. And when we combine this wisdom with a deep conviction to altruistically serve all living beings, with this vast open-heartedness combined with the wisdom that sees phenomena as they are, then we can attain enlightenment. When we, on a summer's day and it's hot, and we wish for a glass of water, what we really want is the water. That's what is going to quench the thirst. But the glass is a necessary aspect of quenching the thirst. Similarly, too, the masters also compare enlightenment to the glass. But what we really want is to help all living beings perfectly, as long as it takes. That's the water to quench our thirst, the thirst of the altruistic mind. But in order to do that, we need to attain enlightenment. So when we think in this way, as best we can, holding this motivation in the heart, then any action that we do is transformed, is enhanced by this motivation. And then in particular, we bring this focused attention and motivation to the suffering that is taking place, that's going on in our human brothers and sisters on this planet. This prayerathon started and continues in relation to the pandemic, to COVID-19. Large areas of China are on lockdown still because of the rising numbers of cases. Cases are rising in the UK. So even in terms of people becoming infected, the experience continues. Many people have died already because of the pandemic. And so many families are experiencing loss. And so we can also recite these prayers and dedicate this practice to all those that are still experiencing difficulty because of lack of resources, still being isolated from loved ones, or perhaps suffering still from the impact of the isolation that has been many or most people's experience for the past 2 years. Increases in mental health problems, in drug addiction, and also in domestic violence, where victims have been isolated with people or the person being violent against them. So we bring to mind all these people, anyone suffering in any way because of the pandemic. And we'll also bring our minds, focus our mind to anyone suffering in any way because of the war in Ukraine. The millions of refugees that have had to leave their homes, the many people that have died already, or are in fear, sheltering from violence. But also we bring our minds to anyone impacted because of the lack of resources, because of the decisions of a few people. And perhaps especially we can focus our attention on the minds of the leaders that are making these awful decisions to bring aggression and destruction. That their minds may change and they may seek peace and ways to communicate and hold dialogue instead of fighting. So again, bringing a mind of equanimity and a wise compassion and love. It doesn't discriminate between those that we feel aligned with and those that we feel are against us. But we look deeper and see the suffering that's being caused, and that we can dedicate our merits so that decisions are made, actions are taken that support the well-being of all these beings. So then we can invite all these beings that we're holding in our heart we can invite them to sit around us in our meditation with our mother of our life, mother of this life on our left side, and our father of this life on our right side, and then all living beings surrounding us, and in front of us a seat for a special guest, someone that we feel is challenging to open our hearts to, someone that we maybe feel in conflict with or we don't understand their behavior. But this person is offering us a very special opportunity to open our hearts, even though it's difficult, to focus not on more surface behavior, but on the deeper experience and reality of their experience. And then all living beings surrounding us, as far as we can imagine, joining in meditation, taking time to develop their hearts and their mind. And then in the space in front of us, we can visualize Guru Chenrezig seated on a beautiful multicolored lotus made of light, a sun and a moon cushion made of light. And Guru Chenrezig has a youthful white body made of light, smiling, very happy that we're taking this time to train our hearts and our minds. In aspect, this is Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, youthful, white body. And in nature, this is our teacher, if we have one, or a holy being, someone that inspires us to practice compassion and love. So we can think perhaps His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whoever it is that inspires us, who for us shows us that it's possible to develop very amazing qualities. And then together with all these living beings, we can recite foundation of all good qualities together. Yeah, okay. So as we recite this prayer, which holds all the points on the path up to enlightenment, then we get the benefit of these imprints, planting the seed for all the important points of the path. So as we visualize that we're reciting it with all living beings, then this is going to offer us this benefit to all beings that we're visualizing. And we can pause briefly between each verse and visualize that the light and nectar comes from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring our minds in the meaning of the verse that we just recited. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect pure Guru. Correct devotion to him is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon him with great respect. Understanding that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is greatly meaningful and is difficult to find again. Please bless me to generate the mind that unceasingly, day and night, takes its essence. This life is as impermanent as a water bubble. Remember how quickly it decays and death comes. After death, just as a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. Finding firm and definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be careful, to abandon even the slightest negativities and accomplish all virtuous deeds. Seeking samsaric pleasures is the door to all suffering. They are uncertain and cannot be relied upon. Recognizing these shortcomings, please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Led by this pure thought, mindfulness, alertness, and great caution arise. The root of the teaching is keeping the pratimoksha vows. Please bless me to accomplish this essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother migratory beings. Please bless me to see this, train in supreme bodhicitta, and bear the responsibility of freeing migratory beings. Even if I merely develop bodhicitta, but I don't practice the 3 types of morality, I will not achieve enlightenment. With my clear recognition of this, Please bless me to practice the Bodhisattva vows with great energy. Once I have pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyze the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream a unified path of calm abiding and special insight. Having become a pure vessel by training in the general path, please bless me to enter the holy gateway of the fortunate ones, the supreme Vajra vehicle. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping pure vows and samaya. As I have become firmly convinced of this, please bless me to protect these vows and pledges like my life. Then, having realized the importance of the two stages, the essence of the Vajrayana, by practicing with great energy, never giving up the 4 sessions, please bless me to realize the teachings of the Holy Guru. Like that, may the gurus who show the noble path and the spiritual friends who practice it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely all outer and inner hindrances. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So now with our motivation infused into in our minds, then we can bring our attention to the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. We'll start with the motivation verse, reciting it 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidam, and the keys. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidam, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So, taking a few moments to reflect on this verse, this mind of refuge. Considering Why would we want to take refuge? Because we want benefit. So the more that we recognize the situation we're in, that we have, as it were, fallen down in samsara, falling down consistently, constantly because of the afflictions and negative states of mind. We fall down with anger, we fall down with desirous attachment, with jealousy, with pride, with fear, with anxiety. So how do we lift ourselves back up? To lift ourselves back up into joy, understanding, tolerance, patience, forgiveness, rejoicing, love, compassion, and the wisdom that understands the nature of reality. Well, we need something reliable, stable, to lift ourselves back up. And this is what the three jewels, the three rare and sublime ones, offer us. Ultimately, the refuge is the Dharma, the truth. That despite phenomena appearing a certain way, as permanent, independent, existing from its own side, having its own characteristics, it doesn't exist in that way. So understanding this gap between how things appear and how they exist, deeply understanding this, we can free ourselves from this confusion by infusing our minds again and again into this reality, until one day we're able to see this emptiness and dependent arising directly, purifying the mind. And we continue to infuse our mind with this wisdom, eliminating all the negative states of mind till they no longer exist, even as potential in the mind. This is a very profound truth, and it was the Buddha who discovered through his own realizations, understanding, and was able to teach and enlighten beings since the time of Shakyamuni Buddha, trained their minds in the path, and discovered this truth. And then the Sangha, we can think of as the spiritual community that can help us understand the teachings of the enlightened beings, this truth. So in this way, we can see that we have somehow in this life had the fortune, continue to have the great fortune to meet with these perfectly reliable teachings that will enable us, by us putting them into practice, to lift ourselves up and out of these negative states of mind, and so attain the very happiness that we seek. And ultimately, that happiness that we seek is the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. Because it's empty and clear, it can change. But these painful states of mind that we experience, of attachment and aversion, worry, fear, anxiety, these are just temporary states of mind. So they can change. And we can completely remove them. So with this mind of refuge, strengthening again our altruistic motivation to do all of this in order to benefit others, to be able to perfectly serve living beings. In the long run, and right now, that we can do these prayers and practices to dedicate this positive energy towards all the suffering that's going on amongst our human brothers and sisters on this planet. And so something we can do right now is to recite the mantra of Guru Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite it, we can visualize light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig in the space in front. And it radiates out and it fills the minds and the bodies of all the beings around us. And we can perhaps think of particular people or groups or areas of the world that we want to direct this benefit. And when this light and nectar enters into the bodies and minds, it relieves every suffering, any difficulty, discomfort, pain, body, emotional, mental suffering. And it brings a sense of joy and ease, an open-hearted confidence, resilience, wisdom. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Then Guru Chenrezig comes to sit on the crown of our heads and dissolves into light. And we invite Guru Chenrezig, form of this light, to come into our hearts and inspire us towards these qualities of love and compassion and wisdom. And as Guru Chenrezig dissolves, this light dissolves into us, we feel a sense of oneness with the holy body, speech and mind of Guru Chenrezig. To direct this positive energy, you can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times. That may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the bikinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then, due to the kindness of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we have the advice that this prayer to Guru Rinpoche that spontaneously fills all wishes is a very powerful prayer to recite for the war in Ukraine. Emoho in Dewa Chen, blissful pure realm of the West, Amitabha's compassionate blessing aroused, and he blessed his emanation Padmas and Bhava to come into this world to bring benefit to all beings. Compassionate one, you never cease to bring us hope and well-being. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. All the Dharma kings from King Tristan Detsen down to the very end of the royal line, throughout past, present, and future, know your constant blessing. You are the only protection for rulers who follow Dharma as in Tibet. Compassionate one, you safeguard the lands that practice Dharma. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. While your wisdom body subjugates the Rakshasas in the southwest, you look on the south, sentient beings everywhere with compassion. Magnificent guide for sentient beings led astray by ignorance. Skillfully you teach them with their emotions so difficult to tame. Compassionate one, your love is constant in its kindness and care. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now when this degenerate dark age reaches its final depths, at dawn and dusk you come for those who have devotion. Riding on the rays of the rising and setting sun, on the 10th day of the waxing moon, you come in person. Compassionate one, you act with vast power to help all beings. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Now in this dark age, the age of conflict, the final era of the 500 parts, the 5 poisons of the negative emotions grow ever more violent in all sentient beings. Recklessly we indulge in destructive emotions and let the poisons dominate our minds. At a time like this, let your compassion be our refuge and protection. Compassionate one, you lead those with devotion to the higher realms. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When terrifying armies of oppression encircle us, menacing the great centers of Dharma with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. The Guru Rinpoche, with your retinue of the 8 classes of gods and demons, you will repel aggressors and their armies. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When sickness strikes to destroy the fragile bodies of sentient beings, when diseases plunge us into unbearable suffering and agony, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, embodiment of the Buddha of medicine, you will remove the obstacles that bring untimely death. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When nature turns against us and earth's resources fail, when sentient beings are tormented by the plague of famine with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray. O Guru Rinpoche, with all your dakinis and deities of prosperity, you will dispel all deprivation, all hunger and thirst. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When the destined revealers retrieve hidden treasures for the benefit of beings, courageous and confident of our pure unbroken Samaya, with no trace of doubt or hesitation we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, inseparable from our Yidam deity. You will ensure the true heirs receive their father's treasure. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of all again we pray. Grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling through hidden lands, forests, and deserted places, when our way is blocked and we are cut off by storms, by rain and snow, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche. Surrounded by mighty local deities, you lead us practitioners to the right path. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When vicious wild animals menace us, tigers, leopards, bears, and poisonous snakes, on our way through wild, terrifying, and desolate places, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, along with your king warriors and protectors, you will drive off these ferocious creatures. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When obstacles arise in earth, water, fire, and air, to threaten these illusory bodies of ours with destruction, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with the goddesses of the four elements, you will harmonize the elements into their natural state. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When traveling on dangerous routes, if murderous bandits and robbers attack us with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, through your realization of the four mudras, you will dispel the terror of all brutality and greed. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When faced by killers on all sides, you threaten us with lethal weapons with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, the protection of your Vajra tent will cause killers to panic and weapons to be scattered. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When this lifespan is exhausted and we come to die, if we are racked by the intense anguish and pain of dying, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, as you are the emanation of Buddha Amitabha, it is certain we will be born in the blissful pure realm of Dewa-Chen. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Once this borrowed and illusory body is destroyed in the Bardo realm, when our deluded experiences and our further delusions arise to make us suffer, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, you who know past, present, and future, through your compassion you will let all delusions be self-liberated. Of this we have no doubt. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so that all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When we are overwhelmed by karma and circumstance and suffer through grasping at delusion as real, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, King of great bliss, you will utterly destroy the delusions that bring suffering. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. When beings of all six realms are tormented by immense pain, and especially when our leaders and people are engulfed in suffering, with intense longing and devotion from the depths of our hearts, with no trace of doubt or hesitation, we pray, O Guru Rinpoche, with your unchanging, unwavering compassion, watch over us. To the lotus-born Guru of Ogyen, we pray, grant your blessings so all our wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So now we can rejoice in the opportunity we've had to recite these prayers, to reflect on our motivation and do this practice together. We can collect it together with all the virtue, all the positive actions we've done in the past and in the future, those that we will do, and all the positive actions of all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all other living beings. And we can dedicate all this virtue, this positive energy towards the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not yet arisen, may arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the wisdom realizing emptiness not yet born arise and grow. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all of our kind, precious, qualified teachers be long and stable. May they remain and teach us until samsara ends. And may all their holy wishes to bring benefit in this world and to all living beings be accomplished exactly as they envisioned without a second's delay. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tenzin.
Thank you, Aldo. It's always nice that you join us. Thank you. And thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Without your expertise, we'd be in our rooms alone doing this practice and not connected to the whole world. So thank you very much. I'm not sure who's next, but they're not here yet, so we can just keep going. Yeah.
Hi, Venerable. This is Terry from
Hi there,
Chenrezig.
Terry. Hi, Terry. Nice to see you.
Venerable Alisa from Chenrezig is on the list to be next. But she hasn't logged on yet.
Okay.
I can put on a previous
there we are.
a previous one if you want. Oh, hang on, she's here.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thanks
Thank you
very much, Terry. Nice to see you briefly. Thank you for your help.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good day, Elsa.
Hello.
I don't know whether you
sorry,
morning
I'm a
or
little late.
evening.
I've got very bad internet.
Oh, well, nice to see you. I'm glad you were able
Nice
to
see
make
you.
it.
Where are you?
Washington State.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What time of day is it there?
It's 9 p.m. 9 p.m.
Okay.
Time to
2 p.m.
time to
here.
rest. Oh, right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice to see
bye.
you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Good to see you. Thank you. Bye. So, as usual, to begin this session, generating a positive motivation for doing it. So, of course, the best motivation to have is one of bodhicitta, the wish to become enlightened in order to enlighten all other living beings. And it's based on a foundation of, as you know, of equanimity, loving kindness, compassion. So in terms of compassion, then it's easy these days to generate strong thoughts of compassion when you think about the situation with COVID all around the world, and now with yet another new variant that's again more transmissible. And of course, thinking about the situation, the war between Russia and Ukraine, as well as all the many other problems experienced in this world. So witnessing this suffering then generate a strong thought of compassion, which is simply the wish for all beings to be free from suffering and its causes, their negative karma and delusions. And of course here, while we're doing this practice in relation to COVID-19, of course, that's just one, even in terms of sicknesses, it's just one among many thousands of sicknesses. And in terms of problems experienced by humans, it's just one amongst the myriad of problems. There's so many other problems and sufferings that human beings experience. So, as well as beings in the other realms. So thinking of these many sufferings and many problems, particularly that of the results from COVID-19, and generate a strong wish for all people to be free of the suffering of COVID-19, as well as all other sufferings, and especially to be free from the causes, the negative karma and delusions. And thinking not just being free of the suffering of COVID-19, which is part of the suffering of pain or the suffering of suffering, but also wishing all beings to be free from all the other two more subtle levels of suffering, the suffering of change and pervasive compounding suffering. And then also the thought of loving kindness, which is the wish for beings to have happiness and the causes of happiness. So again, of course, wanting everyone to be free of COVID-19 and to have the happiness of good health and long life. But again, this is just temporary happiness. And ideally, what we should wish for every living being is not just temporary, immediate happiness, things like having good health and a long life and a comfortable living situation, but wishing all beings to have ultimate happiness, liberation from samsara, and ideally the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So just think that we're going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo practice with a strong wish to liberate all beings from their suffering and causes of suffering, and out of loving kindness, wishing them to have all happiness, not just temporary immediate happiness, but ideally the ultimate happiness of full enlightenment. So with these thoughts in mind, we'll recite the special refuge verse composed by Thangtong Gyalpo 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll do some recitations of a Manipemi Hong, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So if you have a Chenrezig initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, either in simple 2-arm, 4-arm, or 1,000-armed aspect. And if you don't have initiation, then you simply visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head or in space in front of you. So as we recite the mantra, what we visualize is that from the heart of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion, infinite light rays are emitted with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. And they go initially to all the people in the world who've contracted COVID-19, thinking especially of people in aged care facilities and those who are recovering from COVID-19, remembering, especially now, we're finding out more and more about the long COVID syndrome, which follows exposure to COVID-19. So think of the millions of people around the world who have COVID-19, especially with the spike now coming with the new variant. Think of the kind of physical and mental suffering they're experiencing, and generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every single one of those people from their suffering and its causes. So with that strong thought of compassion, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those beings with COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems from the disease, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karmas and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So just do this visualization over and over as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Peme Hum. So now rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart that at least at the level of your visualization that you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all the millions of people with COVID-19, pacifying their immediate problems, and more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring strongly to mind, as vividly as you can, all the people who are caring for those with COVID-19, all the frontline workers, not only in hospitals, but at home. With the new variants, then not as many people, well, thousands of people are being admitted to hospital, but the symptoms are not as severe, and many thousands of people being cared for at home. So think of all the hospital workers, all the staff of the ICUs, the nurses and doctors. But think of all the thousands of other workers it takes to run a large hospital. Think of the cleaners and porters, the cooks, all the many people. Bring to mind also the ambulance drivers in Australia, and I'm sure in other countries. At the moment, they're in a very stressful environment with over demand for their services. And in some states here, people dying because the ambulances are so busy that they don't reach people with serious conditions in time. So think of the kind of stress that engenders in the workers. Think of also the families that are caring for family members at home who have COVID-19. The kind of physical exhaustion, mental exhaustion that all these workers, whether in hospitals or at home, are experiencing. So with the thought of all their suffering strongly in your mind, generate the thought of compassion, a wish to relieve them from their suffering and its causes. Then from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig you visualized on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip that goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, mental and physical, but more importantly, purifying them the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So just doing this visualization over and over as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to bring relief from suffering for all those frontline workers who are experiencing physical and mental exhaustion in hospitals or at home. And not only that, you've been able to purify them the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karmas and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind all the millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19 over this past 2 years. So it's estimated that at least 6 million people have died from COVID-19. Although I read a report this week that said that you could probably multiply that figure by 3 or 4, so say 18 million or 24 million people, which is basically close to 24 million, is close to the population of Australia. Because of underreporting, then not every COVID death has been reported as a COVID death. So say there's 24 million people who've died from COVID, then if we estimate that for each person that died, then maybe at least 10 people are grieving for them, then that makes 240 million people around the world who've experienced grief because of this pandemic. So bring to mind those people experiencing grief, their feelings of loss, feelings of hopelessness. Generate a strong thought of compassion in your heart, a wish to relieve them, their suffering of grief, and to bring them every happiness. With that thought, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those grieving people. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate feelings of sorrow and loss, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization over and over as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So once again, rejoicing, feeling happiness, and at least at the level of visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all those millions of grieving people around the world in every country, pacifying their immediate feelings of grief, and more importantly, purifying them the cause of all their problems, not just grief, but all their physical and mental problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now think of the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships because of the pandemic, not necessarily because they have COVID themselves, but because of the impact of COVID on society. So think of the people who've been experiencing social isolation, the people who've been experiencing increased anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. Think about those caught in difficult situations. There's been an increase of domestic violence in every country. So think about these billions of people around the world who've been affected, whether physically, mentally, economically, by this pandemic, and generate a strong wish to relieve all those billions of people from all their suffering and its causes. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those billions of people around the world affected by the pandemic. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, physical and mental. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness that at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all the people experiencing mental and physical hardships because of this pandemic. And not only have you been able to pacify their immediate suffering, but to purify them of the cause of all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now finally, bring to mind as vividly as you can whatever knowledge you have of all the beings in the 6 realms. If you're not familiar with the 6 realms, of course, according to Buddhist philosophy, then simply think of the beings in the animal and human realm, the ones you're familiar with. So bring to mind, excuse me, strongly, the particular sufferings of each realm, and as well as the general sufferings of samsara, all the problems that are experienced by unenlightened beings. And with a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every single one of the beings in the 6 realms from all their suffering and its causes. Send out healing white light rays from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown. Tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those beings in the 6 realms. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems associated with that realm and their general problems of samsara, general sufferings of samsara. Purifying them the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So in doing this visualization, as you recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you'll be able to relieve every single living being in all the 6 realms from their suffering and its causes, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So now we'll recite the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to liberate the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just concluding with the dedication verses from the final chapter of Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. So just thinking that any positive energy, any merit we've created by doing this practice are dedicated for these specific goals. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in cyclic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from Bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then, may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much, and handing over to Venerable Damcha. Hello, I haven't seen you for ages.
Good morning, Venerable Elsa. Yeah, I was
Or good
thinking the same.
afternoon, depending where you are.
Good afternoon to you. Must be past lunchtime. We haven't even had breakfast yet. No, it's lovely to see you. I was really chuffed to see that we're having handover. Because as you said, it's been a while. I take it that Chenrezig Institute has been very busy.
I've been in retreat for a month or so, and then slowly getting back to things. So now getting back to the prayerathon.
Oh, wonderful. No, it's great that, you know. Yeah, it's been interesting because we have, of course, a lot of things, as you said, it's getting back into things now after lockdown and having moved to Leeds, you know, as SBC. So there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Oh, you're SBC there. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so it's you know, finding my feet, so to speak.
Good luck.
And no, it was yeah, it's been an interesting few months now to settle in, and of course, you know, programs and you know, as you open up, there's more and more interest, and you probably found the same. The moment you could open the doors, people just want to, you know, be there and take part, and so yeah, so that's been a good few weeks, and you know, and I think we sort of got it down now, and it's just putting everything on the calendar and, you know, tweaking a few things. But it has been great. I have to say, it's been an interesting time here, and had a few days off now, so I explored Leeds and the surrounding area. That's always an interesting thing, you know, when you go to new places.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been yeah. So yeah, and then off to the south coast this later today. So yeah, back and forth at the moment between the north of England and the south. So.
So you're also doing something down in the south as well?
I've just sort of, you know, sorting a few bits out still and visiting friends. And so as you do when you have a weekend, you know, you do it while you have the capacity rather than when diary is completely filled up. But yes, it's great. I have to say, I mustn't complain. But, it's very fulfilling. But it's really, you know, you're really sort of, I can tell, you know, you're really beaming. So the retreat must have been really nice. You can tell when people went on retreat, they're always happy.
For a month.
Yes.
So, okay, Damcha, enjoy the session.
My love to everyone at Chenrezig Institute.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right. You take care. Bye-bye. So yeah, that was Venerable Elsa from Chenrezig Institute. And it's really nice to do these different time handovers. And so many of our brothers and sisters had the opportunity now to go on retreat, and it's just wonderful that the opportunities are there. And you would think, yes, okay, you know, wasn't enough retreat opportunity during lockdowns, but in the lockdown you have also other things going on, you know, with extra prayers and things. So yeah, it's wonderful. So we have Aldo here. Good morning, Aldo. And who have I got with me? Chenrezig Institute doing the.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Aldo. And yeah, Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for hosting us dutifully. So we have a new team member at Chenrezig, well, or helping Chenrezig's multimedia team. Good morning. How are you?
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon. Yes.
You keep it well?
Very well, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, good. See, it's wonderful. It's always nice to make, you know, to see the faces behind, you know, the tech team, because without any of you, you know, we just would be sitting at home and doing our prayers and dedicate them to the world, you know, but yeah, at least we can share it with the world. So thank you very much for all the hard work you guys and putting into it. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, that's wonderful, wonderful people. And in the background, you know, we have to honor them as well. And there's just so many things in life. We take things for granted and don't always acknowledge all the beings that have contributed to the things that we have, you know, be it the food that's on the table, be it the clothing, you know, the manufacturing, the growing, or the insects and dealing with the crops. And I think that's something we should be aware of. Also, a quick thank you to everyone on YouTube who's following us. I'm sure that if you have idea regulars, Ginny and Anna and Francesco and all the wonderful people out there. So thank you very much indeed. Okay, so if you just take a moment to settle the mind, this is just going to be a short session. I'll have to bear that in mind myself, because otherwise I keep talking too much. Maybe think about our motivation for being here. Are we here because we've been following this practice that Rinpoche's advice? Are we here because we have friends and family affected by COVID and other diseases and illnesses? Maybe we're here because somebody we know or ourselves are not well and face the reality of entering the bardo. Maybe we had somebody enter, somebody who has died. Maybe we're here because also of the situation in the Ukraine with Russia, or with Russian troops fighting there. Maybe other parts of the world where there's conflict existing. It doesn't get as much of the media attention. Whatever the reasons for us being here, maybe always consider the suffering of others. And of course our own, we can reflect on that. Sometimes looking at other beings suffering can put our own suffering into perspective to some degree. That doesn't mean that we don't have any suffering, but it's the saying, there's always someone who's worse, has it worse than us. And we've got a quite at least to have. I think that's the important bit, that we focus on the good bits. And while our life, our own life may not always run smoothly, at least we may be able of saying, okay, I'm here, I'm alive, I'm here in the session, I have the luxury of being here. I do not have to run for shelter because my house is being shelled. I may even have had a cup of tea, cup of coffee, or had some breakfast where other parts of the world, that it's not possible because of lack of resources. Being here, being able to follow us online, that gives us certain luxuries, like the internet and the technology, be it an iPad, be it a phone, a computer, a tablet, to follow. What about all those who are less fortunate, who do not have any of that? That's also good to remember. It's also good to remember that at times of conflict, as we now find, as we very, very much exposed to through the media with Russia and Ukraine, we also must remember that even on the Russian side, there are many who oppose the war, many who do not agree with the politics. There are also many who disagree completely, that the neighbors are being invaded, neighbors who have been friends, who have been family. So And that's an important thing to take into consideration, that we do not tar everyone with the same brush, so that we do not end up hating an entire people for the actions of a few. And those who usually initiate the wars are never the ones who themselves would be seen on the battlefield. The interests are not at the front line, the interests are in different ways. Power, greed, false sense of ego. And that's just something we should remember, but also remember, of course, the suffering that exists in the countries which have to defend themselves. And as we extend our compassion, we then also need to consider those who do the harm, who carry out the harm, who instigate harmful actions. What must their suffering be like? Particularly those who seek to be involved in the conflict. Those who govern. If you think about the karma that is ripening within them, karma they're about to face following their actions. The delusion of mind that leads them to do these things. And as hard as it may be, if you think about it, it is their suffering that makes them act a certain way. If we want to be truly compassionate, we also have to show compassion towards them and their suffering, the consequences that will lead to future suffering and lower rebirth. Let's remember that after all sentient beings wish to be happy and free from suffering, just like we seek to be free from suffering. With that thought in mind, if we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. Each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies to the crown of their heads, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions, and lifting all their karmic weight. It's through the actions of body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been created. We ourselves have contributed to the suffering of others since beginningless time. We now make the pledge that we will do our utmost to engage in wholesome actions that benefit and lead to healing of other sentient beings. Maybe call upon mother sentient beings to join us. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. I've taken refuge to the Guru. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more of the purifying light nectar enters our bodies, cleansing away atom by atom all the negative karma and grime, removing all the residual stains, tastes, and smells. And as we feel more and more rejuvenated, we begin to glow atom by atom, absorbing the loving kind light from the Guru. We store it in our body so much so that we can hold no more and exchange ourselves with the Guru and other mother sentient beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and others. We become one with the Guru, become one with one another. And the more beings join, the brighter we shine, dispelling the darkness of samsaric existence, clearing away all suffering. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, remember to keep exchanging yourself. That Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form, but Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. May we transform by acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om to effortlessly be of benefit to all mother sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and Mother Sentient beings, having acknowledged our faults of body, speech, and mind, we have made the pledge to transform to be of benefit to Mother Sentient beings. We visualize ourselves now as pure. And we now call upon Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles. Remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice, to remove any obstacles that may arise for the sick to be restored to good health, and the cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May all obstacles be removed for those about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo to have swift transitions and favor of rebirth. May they all achieve enlightenment. May all obstacles be removed For those who experience hardships, to be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated into a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May our mother sentient beings benefit one another and support one another. Maybe also request Mother Tara to move any obstacles which may otherwise impede the long life and well-being of our precious gurus. May the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Maybe ask Mother Tara to move any obstacles for peaceful solutions to be found, particularly at this time where the world is in conflict. May peace prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. Do one full round of Tara mantra. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, 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 Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha, Om Tare Dudare Dure Suha. So we visualize all the obstacles have been removed. Now we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hearts of ground spirits and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of caste spirits and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, be from the bottom of your heart. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of caste spirits and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interviewers, the 360 evil spirits at Amsandi, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements deprive the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we dedicate to the well-being of all mother sending beings. May all mother sending beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they live long and healthy lives, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May be the cause for them to achieve all this. May our precious Gurus live long and healthy lives. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we continue to be guided by the wisdom and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May we achieve enlightenment to honor our precious Gurus and to benefit all mother-centered beings. May we dedicate our prayers for cures to be found for sicknesses and diseases, and may peace prevail in this world. And may we enter an era of dialogue rather than warfare. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not arisen, not born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect, independent arising and betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigrated beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path, highly admired by the victorious ones. May our ascending beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Lord Zandragpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sending beings, as they like and without resistance. May all sentient beings as dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear, may all the negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrated beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, and remembering me, as well as by touching or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Long life, prayers for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subdued small way who serves as bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, and masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. So thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. I will be back after Venerable John. So it's lovely to see Venerable John in the wings. How are you, Venerable?
I'm fine. And you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Looks like it's an unusually early time for you, isn't it? Or am I missing this?
It's just before lunch here, so it's not too early. You know?
Okay, so
I occasionally do this session, depending on what's available.
Yes, and also what's going on,
what's going on,
with Rinpoche, because you're keeping yourself busy there. So lovely to see you. And yes, if it's just before lunch, I better not delay you so that you may find some nourishment, before it's all gone. Venerable Joan, I see you at the other end of your session.
I see you're up after me also today. Bye. Okay, let's begin this session by generating a good motivation for engaging in these prayers. So we begin by generating compassion and then go on to generate bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So I think these days it's quite natural to feel a lot of compassion. We see a lot of suffering in our world. For many of us, we've never lived through war, and the images that we see on TV these days can be quite shocking. But hopefully they work to open our hearts to others, to thinking of what it would be like to be in those situations, and using it as an opportunity to increase our compassion, make our compassion stronger and more stable. And of course, we still have the ongoing pandemic. It's not getting as much news these days because of other horrors in our world, but still, people are getting sick with COVID. People are still dying from COVID. Hard to believe, but it's still happening. And then, of course, there's many other forms of suffering that continue to happen in our world. And then we can think of all the suffering that occurs in all the different realms of existence. And of course, then it becomes almost overwhelming. But we use this contemplation to open our hearts to others, to generate compassion for others, rather than feeling self-pity, feeling bogged down, feeling hopeless. We use this opportunity of seeing so much suffering in our world to generate really strong, stable compassion, kind of courageous compassion that's able to not only think about it, but also courageously determined to do something about it, whatever we can in our daily life, even in our practices, in our prayers, using this opportunity to generate really strong compassion, and from there going on to generate the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, wishing to achieve the state of a Buddha, which will be the best position in which to guide others, inspire others, and be an example to others. So let's begin by generating this compassion. We can begin by thinking of ourselves, our own challenges and problems and suffering, whatever that may be, physical or mental. So just run through some of your own challenges, whether they're coming from the pandemic or other problems happening in your life. And use this as an opportunity, as I said, to generate a kind of strong, courageous compassion, wishing yourself to be free from this suffering, but also determined to do whatever you can to find a solution to your suffering. Just contemplate this for a moment. And then we open our hearts to more people by thinking first of the people in our family and our friends, people we're close to, people who are suffering and challenges we know. So just run through some of these people and think about their specific sufferings. And as you do that, open your heart to them, thinking, may they be free from this suffering. May they find a solution. And then we can expand our thoughts to include others, thinking that just as ourselves, just as our family and friends are experiencing suffering, so too are countless human beings around the world and all the sentient beings in the different realms of existence. So we can think about the people in our neighborhood, in our communities, in our village, towns, or cities. All of them are experiencing challenges in their life. All of them want to be happy, want to be free from suffering, even a bad dream. And the same goes for all the people in our nation, and then for everyone in every single nation in this world. Everyone wants to be happy. Everyone wants to be free from suffering. So we can think of the particular suffering that people are still experiencing because of the pandemic. Whether they're sick themselves, are worried or afraid for somebody in their family or among their friends who is sick. Think of the people in the hospitals. We can think of the people who have recently died from this pandemic. And then, of course, there's the ongoing challenges that go with this pandemic, though maybe in this particular moment they're not so extreme, but still there are changes to people's lives, still restrictions in place. People are still mostly not completely back to normal life as we used to know it. And then we can go on to include all those suffering because of the war in Ukraine, but also all other wars in Yemen, in Syria, wherever there's fighting and conflict, wherever there's loss of life. We open up our heart to all these beings who are experiencing this incredible suffering of being injured, of dying, of seeing their family and friends injured and dying, losing their homes, losing their livelihoods, having to leave their countries. And we include not only the Ukrainians, but also the Russian soldiers who are being forced to fight a war that many of them don't seem to understand or want to be involved in. How they too are afraid, how they too are creating negative karma by killing, injuring. And then I had the fortune to be at an offering ceremony a few days ago with Lama Zopa Rinpoche here in Kopan, in Nepal, down by the Bodha Stupa. Rinpoche was emphasizing very strongly how we have to generate compassion also for Vladimir Putin. Rinpoche emphasized very much that with each person killed, he creates negative karma. So this includes all the killing done by the Russians, but also all the killing done by the Ukrainians and anyone else who's involved in this war. Because he directly ordered it, he's responsible for each and every single death and injury. So he's actually creating a huge amount of negative karma that will go on, causing him suffering for countless lives to come. So that may be difficult, we try and open our hearts also to him. So then together we can recite this prayer of refuge as our motivation, taking refuge for the benefit of all sentient beings, taking refuge in our precious holy gurus, in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, seeking help, seeking guidance, that we ourselves may become a fully enlightened Buddha, to be of most benefit to all sentient beings. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we can visualize Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. And either visualize ourselves as Chenrezig if we've received the empowerment, or visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of us or above the crown of our heads. We can visualize all the suffering sentient beings seated in front of us, facing us, starting with our family and friends, and surrounded by all those who are experiencing, in particular, the sufferings caused by the pandemic and the wars. Including every single sentient being in every realm of existence. So as we recite the mantra, we can visualize that white light and nectar flows from Chenrezig's heart, and on the tip of every ray of light is another Chenrezig that comes to the crown of each of these sentient beings' heads. And as we recite the mantra, this nectar and ray flows down from each of the Chenrezig's holy bodies, purifying their suffering, washing away their suffering, and purifying the causes of their suffering, the negative karma, and the deluded states of mind that led them to engage in negative karma. In this way, they can become totally free from suffering forever. So recite this mantra for a few minutes. You can recite it in whatever way moves your mind. And try and stay continually in this place of compassion, wishing deeply, sincerely that all these beings be free from every single suffering now and in the future. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. So we try and keep the visualization of the white light and nectar flowing down from Chenrezig as we recite his prayers to stop the pandemic and then to stop the war and all wars. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Akinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think very strongly, may the pandemic immediately come to an end, and may all illnesses that threaten the lives and well-being of sentient beings immediately come to an end. Unfortunately, just because there's been a pandemic hasn't meant to stop to all other forms of illness. So we probably know people who are suffering from cancer and other life-threatening illnesses. So I include them in this prayer. And then we can recite this other prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. The prayer to prevent war and to pacify the dangers caused by weapons. So we can think of Ukraine in particular, but include all the people suffering from war and violence, and all sentient beings who are experiencing violence. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsun Tara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy name eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion, please pay attention. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and 5 degenerations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessing with the recognition of each other like father and mother, and increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of an asura, from now on never run in this country, in this world, and in particular in the Ukraine. I'm requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause, and effect, and having entered and being born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, all samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sicknesses, to pass vile quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvests, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable. And by the compassion of the Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure extensive prayers be completed. So let's do this prayer one more time, thinking very strongly, may all the suffering caused by war immediately come to an end. Om Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Maitreya Buddha, transcendental, sublime, compassionate, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure, Jetsun Tara, and so forth. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers, objects of refuge in the nature of compassion. Please pay attention. and the sentient beings of the time of quarreling in 5 degenerations by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling. Please dry this up by the power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfalls of the nectar of loving kindness fall on the migrated beings who are inflaming the conflagration of hatred fire, please grant blessings with the recognition of each other like fathers and mothers that increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitudes of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of an asura from now on never run in this area, in particular may never run in Ukraine. I'm requesting for even all the sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onwards all the evil karma, cause and effect, then having entered and being born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, to lead all others to that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die, all samsaric beings, to have a long life, no sicknesses, to pass without quarreling and fighting. Enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall at the right times, always have good harvest, and for all the habitat and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. By the ultimate reality, which is pure by nature, by phenomena having ultimate reality, cause and result are unbetrayable. By the question of Guru, mind, seal, deity, and rare sublime ones, may these pure extensive prayers be completed. So we do a few concluding verses of dedication. So in particular, we dedicate for all sentient beings to generate bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness. So we can think this includes ourselves, it includes all the people in our family, all our friends, but then every other human being and every other sentient being. In particular, we dedicate that Vladimir Putin may generate bodhicitta and the wisdom realizing emptiness, that he may be inspired to be of benefit to others rather than to cause incredible harm and pain and suffering. We dedicate all our past, present, future merits, all the past, present, future merits of all the Buddhas, and all the past, present, and future merits of all sentient beings, including all the Bodhisattvas, that the mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, may be born in the hearts of every single sentient being, and that the wisdom realizing emptiness may also be born in the minds of every single sentient being, that they may achieve the perfect state of a fully enlightened being, and that there may be no obstacles to this happening very quickly. And we pray for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Then we dedicate for all those who died in the pandemic, all those who died in the wars, in particular, all those who died in the last 49 days from these and other causes. May they never ever be reborn in the lower realms. May they be born in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if this is not possible, may they at least receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And by putting that path into practice and pleasing the holy mind of the holy guru, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. And we seal all our merits with emptiness, contemplating that ourselves and all sentient beings and all the merits created are empty of existing from their own side. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. Lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long lives of all our precious holy gurus. And here we'll recite the verses for His Holiness Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche to have long lives. So we include all our precious holy gurus, thinking and wishing and praying that they may be free from all obstacles to their long and healthy lives. They may be free from all obstacles to continuing to teach and guide us. And that every single one of their holy activities may be realized without the slightest obstacle. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much to anyone who joined me on Zoom or on YouTube. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for their ongoing support in this practice. And again, hello to Venerable Damcho.
Hello again, Venerable Joe. And it's really a bit like buses, but it's great. I mean, you said something really, really, really nice, I think, and that's so important. That is a good time to really, work on compassion right now. I think it's like having a house that you move into and you go like, yeah, I can live with that stain on the wall for a bit. And actually it may hide a multitude of sins, and we let it just fester away until the house collapses. And then we have so much more work to do. And I think having the opportunity now to look at the world and say, okay, let's get that house back in order, and what can we do as individuals? It's sometimes easier when you take up a ruin and like, okay, that needs a lot of work, and you can go in with a plan. But if it's just sort of something on the sideline, you always find an excuse not to do something. And I think that is so true, that, although the world might look bleak, but we all have a chance to be more positive and more engaging with our surroundings right now. So yeah, thank you very much for that. That was a really nice point raised. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work for this project of doing these prayers.
Thank you for being here. It makes my job much easier. Anyway, Venerable John, have a lovely day. Look after yourself and hopefully see you soon again.
You too.
Right,
bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good morning, everyone. Let's have a look. I think I saw our Tim taking over Chenrezig Institute, the reins there, and Brother Tenda is also listening in the wings. So yeah, it's good morning. And so yeah, it's what's it now? Yeah, as I said, it's beautiful, to think that we have an opportunity to just really do a proper spring clean, with this world we live in, and not just sort of accept the little things and find other things that preoccupy us with, because they're easier to take care of. And there's so much activity, so much condemnation for conflict around the world that maybe, when it sometimes looks like we haven't done enough or we haven't learned our lessons, that actually, there are always messages coming through to show that actually we sown the seeds, and it seems to be paying off. And so His Holiness wishes come true, that we now enter more an age of dialogue and abandon all the wars. So if we take a moment just to bring our mind back and think about our motivation and the purpose of our lives is not just to be here for ourselves, but to benefit other sentient beings. And it's through benefiting others that we ultimately benefit ourselves. And I'd like to recite 4 verses from the King of Prayers, which I find personally very inspiring, and really, boil down in essence to what we need to achieve and how we can go about it. May the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, And with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If you think about the third verse, may I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. But of course, we ideally wish to seek teachings from a suitably qualified teacher who we fully trust. You know, if you think about all those beings who, through their defiled actions, such as Putin right now, or if you think about history, Hitler, or whether we think about the current regime in China or other parts of the world where there's been much suffering being created by the reign of a few, what do they teach us? You know, where's our compassion for them? As Venerable Joan said, we need to be also compassionate towards them. So our teacher doesn't always have to be just, you know, the one immediately in front of us, the one who's talking to us about the scriptures, but also how we apply ourselves. Sonas always says, you know, we should be grateful for the enemy because they push us further than our friends ever would. Our friends would not try to upset us unnecessarily, not challenge us enough, maybe far too keen on pleasing us. Whereas those who we perceive as enemies, they will push our buttons in different ways. And it's a good time for us to reflect how we respond to that. Seeing how our own anger maybe may blind our judgment. That may affect our reasoning. How we may fail to see the suffering in the other being. But in essence, it boils down to one thing, that we all just want to be free of suffering. Some of us are more skilled in achieving that. You know, what some of us may have difficulties conveying our pain or communicating in a suitable way to bring our point across. So if you think about the four levels, the four immeasurables, may all beings enjoy the happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. So how can we contribute to benefit other sentient beings? Especially if we haven't got the financial resources to solve all the world hunger. We may not necessarily have the cloud to make a mega impact on the world stage, to bring about peace, talk to those who are involved in conflict. We may not have the platform that Arnold Schwarzenegger has. It was a very skillful way of communicating recently. So what can we possibly do? We, as mere beings. Someone is like, often mentioned that if you think you're too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. If you think about little Greta, with the way she raised the awareness of environmental issues. So why shouldn't we be able to make a difference? Change starts with ourselves. Again, we can check our own motivations of body, speech, and mind early in the morning. How do we want to carry on through the day? We can reflect on body, speech, and mind at lunchtime. We can reflect at the end of the day how we fared between morning and afternoon. Where did we see improvements? Where did we trip up? What can we learn from these? And the 3 levels of motivations remind us today, in the here and now, while I'm still alive, as much as possible, to the very best of my ability, my resources, my understanding of the teachings, and depending on the conditions that I find myself in, I will seek to benefit. I will not. I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. And sometimes benefiting others is just by offering random acts of kindness, small things that to us appear very small, but actually to the other being may have a great impact. A smile, an acknowledgement, a seat offered, holding open a door, not shouting at them because we think they're in the wrong. Whatever way we can, just to let them know they're not alone and not forgotten. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. And where we trip up, most likely, but again, as it says, today, as much as possible. We are accustomed to doing things a certain way since beginning this lifetimes. While some aspects of our lives are easier to transform than others, we may trip up. But recognizing that a mistake occurred allows us to reflect and transform these actions to benefit mother sentient beings in whatever way we can. And sometimes we just need to give those beings space. If we visualize the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, wherever they are, right next to us or the furthest corners of the universe. And across the 6 realms. And anyone joining us from a different path, spiritual path, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone reluctant to engage in visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Light enters the crown of the body and the individual beings' heads, filling them with love and compassion, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. of past lifetimes, revealing more and more of the true nature, the Buddha nature. Lifting all that karmic weight and washing away all the grime, stains, tastes, and smells. Feel the rejuvenation taking place within yourself, the easing away of suffering. And as we look around, we can see the same happening in all mother sentient beings. So despite our outer appearances, when it boils down to it, we are the same, wanting to be free of all suffering. So may we call upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Akins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. I've taken refuge. The Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more of the purifying light nectar is intensify, pouring into us. And we can feel being filled with that loving light, atom by atom. Store this light until the body can hold no more. And we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and other beings. We become one with the Guru, become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion for all beings, and shining brightly to dispel the darkness of samsara, acting as a beacon for those who are lost in the darkness, and as a searchlight for those who aimlessly wander lost in the darkness, so that we ourselves may enter the darkness again, to lead all those beings who are lost to the enlightened state. Before we recite the morning mantra, may we remind ourselves that Om represents body, speech, and mind in its defiled form, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus. To transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And in this world, it's very easy to point the finger at the mother sentient beings across the realms. So let's remind ourselves with another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, a prayer he recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Gyalpo, and recited this prayer to Chenrezig, the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig, for 60 years, whilst doing nungnes between the ages of 20 and 80. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. As we start reciting, reading through the individual realms, if you listen to the key words that open the gates to these realms, we can see so much of this happening in this world right now, in others, but if we look closely, we can also see traits of these in our own actions. May we do what we can to abandon these traits so that we do not fall into the lower realms, but achieve enlightenment. And may all mother sentient beings do the same. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Bhutala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Bodhala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Bodhala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings from impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings, including myself, I will have to train, pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So recite Mani mantras and keep on visualizing how you keep receiving that purifying light nectar from the Guru and how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum, oh, Mani Padme Hum. To recite the main prayer now, Thangtong Gyalpo, maybe pray that all those who are sick be reinstated to good health. May all may cures be found for all sicknesses and diseases. May those who are about to enter the bardo or have entered the bardo have swift transition in favor of rebirth. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome those hardships and be reinstated to a state of happiness, free from all suffering, so they may take care of themselves and other mother sentient beings. May obstacles be removed for the long life and well-being of our precious gurus. May we continue to be guided by their love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. May the doctrine of the Dharma continue for eons to come. May we dedicate that peaceful solutions may be found to all the conflicts in this world, in particular those we observe now in the Ukraine. Beings abandon the evil karma of war and killing. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of class sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the son of whose name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsani, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, dedications. I dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they enjoy peace and tranquility in their lives and in their hearts. May they meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May be the cause for them to achieve all this. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent arising and betraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all sicknesses, without exceptions of transmigrated beings, never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from the perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Ajadara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one of Sandrakpa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, enduring the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings, as they like and without exception, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient beings has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me, talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am empty, completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Friends, to the wish granting, we shall fill a jewel source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Lama Zopa, you uphold the subdue small way who said, you uphold the subdue small way who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to house us diligently, to all the wonderful members of the Sangha community. You give the time to lead these prayers, and to each and every one of you who has been with us for almost 2 years doing these prayers on a global level. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful time, wonderful life, and see you all soon. And without further delay, I hand over to my dear brother, Venerable Tender, who is sitting quietly in the library at Nalanda.
Exactly. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Not too bad.
Yes, good.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you had a nice stroll over then from the Pure Land.
Yes. Yeah. It's so beautiful there. Yeah. So, but I'm not so much there. I'm just following teachings here at Nalanda. So
yeah.
And at the main building. So yeah, but I'm very content monk here.
Yes.
So yeah,
you deserve that little bit of peace and quiet. You have given so much to to the community, not just IMI, but I know you've been very busy with Nalanda over the years in other projects. So you deserve to have a little bit of contemplation time and just rejoice in doing your practices now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, but yeah, I have no computer access there, so if I follow teachings online on top of the teachings here in Nalanda, then I'm always amongst others.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I still have to get used to the quietness there, and yeah, so I will benefit later from it, but for the time being, I'm just the whole day I'm just with amongst others.
That is actually quite an interesting thing that you just said, getting used to the quietness. I mean, Nalanda in itself is a quiet place if anybody hasn't been. So, but yeah, of course, it's, there are more people at the monastery than now at Pure Land, aren't there? So it's a completely different tranquility. So it's interesting that, even from a quiet place going to a quiet place, it takes a little bit of time to adjust. But no, it's lovely to see it.
Yeah. How are you? And you're back in, you're still in Leeds, or you're back in?
No, I'm in Leeds, but I'm traveling south at lunchtime, and then back tomorrow, and then we have a big meeting, sort of a training day on Monday. So it's full on, as it is.
Yes. Anyway, I wish you. Thank you so much for all you do, and for both for Jamyang, for the IMI. It's really fantastic. Yeah.
No, thank you very much for having me. Again, it's things fall into place in different ways, and
it's very
we all get our opportunities as they arise, and if they're there, we're always glad to engage.
I will wait until you buy an old church or an isolated church.
It's still on the agenda. Do you know what? At the moment, they don't sell the little ones anymore, which is really mad. So in case somebody's wondering what we're talking about, Tenda and I were often discussing that some of the wonderful little churches, particularly in the UK, are being just sold off because the congregations are falling away, and they're such beautiful buildings. It's just a shame to see them being turned into nightclubs, etc. So they're good places for contemplation, and would be nice to sometimes have them being used for something more suitable. But there you go. Anyway, Tenda, I don't want to eat in your session too much. Thank you very much. Look after yourself.
Thank you, Damche.
Bye-bye.
Yes, bye-bye. So good morning, afternoon, evening, good night, everyone who is following the prayerathon, who is with us. So very welcome, very good choice that we use this time to create causes and conditions for more peace and happiness in our minds, and also for more peace and happiness in the world. Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommended doing this practice for the COVID situation. We easily can extend the benefit of doing this practice for all kind of other situations. There's many other type of sicknesses in the world, and especially here in Europe, we are confronted with a war. So yeah, so we can easily do the prayers, because actually we of course include whatever we do for the benefit of all sentient beings. whether they at this moment are friends or are enemies, so-called enemies temporarily, or we have neutral feelings towards them. The practice we do, we hope will benefit all sentient beings. So we will do a short meditation, then we do the practice, starting with taking refuge. We do a lot of Mani Padme Hum mantras, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche said. This is the Buddha, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, Avalokiteshvara in Sanskrit, or Chenrezig in Tibetan. Then we do the axial prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo. Then we do some dedications. We will try to do the King of Prayers, but I'm not sure if we have time for that. So we have 1 complete hour, minus 6 minutes. So maybe we start with focusing on our breath, taking a little bit of relaxation, check our body, do a quick body scan. I can start at the feet, the under legs, the upper legs. Legs are the connection with the world are very important. And they relax. Then we go to the underbelly, our chest, our shoulders, our hands, our cheeks, forehead. Just small amount of attention can help us to relax. Then we can focus on our breath without that we change it. The body is doing its own work. You can check if the breath is high or the belly of our body low, goes up and down, or if it's the breast or if it's the underbelly which goes up and down. And as we feel the breath, we can become aware that we are human beings. It is very special that we are human beings, because one of the characteristics is that we have intelligence. So even Buddhas came about due to becoming a human being. So it's very special that we are humans. We can use this life in very different ways. Just see what happens, independent of what we think. Or if we reflect on it, we can even reach eternal happiness, which is not dependent on causes and conditions anymore. In other words, we can reach enlightenment. Before that, we can even reach personal liberation from samsara, which is not the same. At least we are at one stage free of all disturbing emotions. We still have then knowledge obscurations, but at one point in our development, we can be free of suffering experiences. We can also use it to practice ethics and make sure that we have a next life, good next life. You might think it's not so important, what's the deal? But as one teacher said, maybe next life comes before next week, next month, next year. We take that as very realistic. Next tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. The next life might also be happening. You're not in control. For that, for having a good next life, we need ethics. So we can remember that we can breathe, be a human being, that we have this great potential. And at the same time, we are so dependent on others as well. Even to get a glass of water, we depend on the kindness of others. Others have worked, made it possible that we go to the tap and just take water. It's so important to remember the kindness of others. The start of our life, our mind depended on the sperm and egg from a father and mother. So we got our body from others. Then everything we learned, that we were fed, was thanks to the kindness of others. Even now, if we look not close, did we make it ourselves? The roof above our head, did we make it ourselves? Is it us who cause peace in our countries where we live? Most of us don't live in a war situation, but some do. Most of us, we all live in countries where there's a certain level, certain standards of democracy, or at least structured so that we can practice. There's people who do good. And all these people who do good are like us. They also need other people. They are also dependent of others. They also depend on kindness. They also need confirmation. They also need light in their lives who are nice, friendly to them. So it doesn't make sense to be unkind to anyone on this planet. We are strongly aware of this notion. Only when we are almost like Buddha, can be wrathful maybe to some people in order to protect them, in order for their own benefit. All sentient beings need kindness. I'm leading a meditation, so if you So if you can see at the essence of samsara, friends can become neutral, can even become enemies. Enemies can become neutral, can become friends. People we regard as neutral due to what they say or how they act can appear in our mind as enemies or friends. So it's very good to remind ourselves of the impermanent situation we are living in. That we make prayers for everyone, so even those we think do bad acts. So as we want to develop all our qualities, to be always able to help other sentient beings, we need to become a Buddha. To develop all these qualities, we need others, and especially we need the instructions, because our mind is still very feeble. It's a long road. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. It's not something of which we can read in one day or over a period of 1 week or 1 month. So we need inspiration for someone like the Buddha himself, who give all the instructions for all the 84,000 problems we potentially have. These are always around us. So for this practice, we can visualize Buddha in front of us. We do it in the form of Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. You can visualize Buddha Chenrezig in 4 arms or 1,000 arms. We can offer the Buddha a throne out of respect for all his qualities, like we would do our utter best if the Prime Minister of our country would come to our house. Would be for our feeling a little bit different than just our neighbor stumbles in. So we offer him a throne out of respect for all his qualities. We can see our Guru Chenrezig as one with our Guru. We don't have a Guru. We can take His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who is impeccable, working all days for the welfare of other sentient beings. There's many, many great teachers, even those who have studied 20, 30, 40 years, say there's only one like His Holiness the Dalai Lama on this planet. He was at a very early age already a scholar. When he was a kid, he remembered already all the texts which he knows from his former life, like someone who played piano until the age of 30, then stopped for 10 years, but at the age of 40 easily picks up the level which he or she had before. Dalai Lama showed over his life, gave example of but the whole time for sentient beings. For example, it was always a bridge between working for world peace and harmony between groups, between Tibetan traditions. Worked always for interreligious dialogue. Was promoting ethics, also in a non-religious way. Also built bridges between Buddhism and science. when he is teaching big gatherings, you can see that he's teaching the whole time. Whole time very active and reaching people on different levels, from one-liners like my religion is kindness, expressions where everyone can relate to the most complicated explanations about how reality finally exists. You know, it depends on conventional reality, and so the complicated teachings on the two truths for the most high scholars, they rely on the Dalai Lama for explanations. He's very safe to take refuge in. So we can check it out. It's a public figure. So we can see the Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa Rinpoche or Kandrila, one of your teachers, just as being one with Chenrezig in front of you. So then we can start with the prayer liberating Shakya from disease. Let's take refuge, set our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So we can visualize all sentient beings around us. In general, males on our right side, females on our left side. Those who support us in our goals, those who regard us as friends, as on our side and behind us, those who create obstacles, make us upset, or maybe dictators from the past, like Hitler, Stalin, and so forth. In front of us, those who create a lot of negativity, problems. Praise for all of them, and they're all around us, not only humans, but sentient beings from all 10 directions, also from other universes, also animals in the form of humans. So it's beyond conception. So many sentient beings are around us. So the Buddha is in front of us, in this heart on the moon cushion are the letters, Om Mani Padme Hum. You could visualize the Tibetan letters or the Western letters, Om Mani Padme Hum. They turn clockwise. Whilst turning clockwise, it sends out many rays of light into all directions, reaching all sentient beings. Practice on behalf of everyone. At the end, everyone wants to be happy. No one wants problems. So everyone likes to be kind of permanent, eternally happy. But many don't know the right means, how to avoid suffering, how to take care that we get rid of all our karmic seeds, karmic tendencies. Instead, many create more and more problems. They react on their grasp to their feelings, react on their negative karma. From there comes a lot of killing, stealing, lying, cheating, gossip, this wrong notion of I, me, misunderstanding of reality, ignorance. We waste our time, chat a lot. We don't, most people, and even ourselves, we might only know partly the way to get complete rid of all potential problems. So all sentient beings are around us and have actually the same wish. And actually the Buddhas want to help, but like parents who have children who are not obedient at all, on the contrary, they prefer to do the opposite what the parents say. And the parents are quite powerless. Even if they have the right means, they could provide the children with everything they need, make them independent, make them good parents in the future. So the Buddha teaches us how to avoid creating negative karma, problems for the future. He teaches us how to have a peaceful heart, how to deal with our mind, and how we can take care for others. So he is there trying to reach all sentient beings 24/7. So we visualize that all sentient beings take refuge who are around us. So we do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Do a few times together. We also have this prayer wheel beside me. So if you have a prayer wheel, you can do thousands of mantras at the same time, actually, by turning the wheel. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Visualize very strongly that everyone who is hit by the COVID are around us, and they get whatever they are wishing for. If they have difficulties financial because they have no work anymore, finances, if they lost their body for a good rebirth, that they get find a precious human rebirth or rebirth in the pure realm. They are in hospitals to find comfort, peace in their hearts, maybe healing. They are alone, company. So we make these prayers very strongly. To have lost their parents or partner or children due to COVID or due to other sicknesses. Get comfort, peace of heart. They can see how reality works. They can accept reality. It's also for everyone who is victim of war situations, who have lost their lives, who are sick, who have hunger. So we can visualize Om Mani Padme Hum very strongly that they get what they wish for. Om Mani Padme Hum. I'm going to do this 5 minutes. Practice can also increase our possibility to focus, to concentrate. Benefits doing this practice, very focused. We'll continue with the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 3 times more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Last time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then we go to the King of Prayers, especially very powerful for those who have lost their lives, for a good rebirth. Practice is often recommended also at the last stages of the life of people. We are at deathbeds of someone. This is a very powerful prayer we can do a few times. So especially just after someone passed away. King of Prayers. Extraordinary inspiration of the practice of Samatavadra. I bow down to the youth of Arya Manjushri, you alliance among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions, to all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. The energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way with a sense of deep respect and visits many bodies as atoms of the world. To all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom, Buddhas, numberless as atoms, each amidst a host of bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspects of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas. I celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, a regal garden, sweet music, scented oils and parasols, sparkling lights, a sublime incense, I offer to you victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfumes, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings, a spectacular array, I offer to you victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, pale as the past, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with tranquil conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly lay bare before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in 10 directions, of solitary realizers, heroes still training of those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained the Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize parinirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness or well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created, by paying homage, offering, and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure and fast, and may they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath a body tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas and perfecting the practice of a Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and nagas, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse without omission every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of a bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind. May I practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and ever displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by bodhisattvas. Without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a bodhisattva, and practice ardently until all future eons, while circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating stabilizations, gathering limitless pristine wisdom and positive potential. One atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Perceiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of air, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word, the completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the varied tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continue to turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons of the 3 times about a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, future lines among humans. And with the power of delusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. May I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination, and through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purifying the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, and may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of beings. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samattabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate just as a skillful Samattabhadra with pure body, speech, and mind, pure action to pure Buddha fields. I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement or pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, and through abiding in immeasurable activity and actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds and directions, and one may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith, just once creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the bodhisattva way will be free of all over rebirth, free of harmful companions, and will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness and of all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samattabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance. Blessed with supreme knowledge, action, body, family, attributes, and appearance, they will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all interfering forces, they will fully awaken and turn the great wheel of Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is the fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding a mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the bodhisattva practice, in order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samattabhadra as well. I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, the older Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, may I go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, may I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception, for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful, superlative lotus, in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create vast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with a billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samathabhadra's deeds. May all beings drowning in this torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samathabhadra's practice. The suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. So finally, we will do some dedication prayers. Here we are. So while we do at this moment what we can to make other people, to create merit, to keep our vows, stay away from negativities, try to protect our mind. Ideally, we grow in that and become a Buddha ourselves. But for this, we need bodhicitta. This, while we do what we can at this moment, we want to develop our mind to its utter potential. So that's the bodhisattva wish. We want to become a Buddha, do in the meantime whatever we can on our level. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Chanchop samcho Rinpoche ma kyepa nam ke gyuji kyepa nyam pa me pa yong gong e gong du palwa reshu. Which are all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings. May bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen, already being generated, increase. Then for the long life, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind to Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigrated beings, who extensively clarifies the path and unifies emptiness and compassion. To the Lotus Holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold the subduers more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And to seal with merits. Due to this virtue, I quickly become Guru Buddha and lead all transmigrated beings without exception to that state. And this first Lama Zopa Rinpoche often Lama Zopa Rinpoche is doing this first many times in different ways, but the essence is the same. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the Hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samathabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. So we dedicate merit, the merit we have created during this session, to all sentient beings, especially those who have been hit by the COVID. whatever way, socially, emotionally, losing their lives, being very sick, economically, also to everyone who are in utter need at this moment, like in countries where there are war. There's some countries in Africa, like Yemen. There's many people suffering around many places due to war situations or due to disturbances of the elements, floods, fires, and so forth. So for all those sentient beings, we do this, we dedicate. Can also add personal relations, people you know, you have at this moment connection with. It's also very good to dedicate to them. So especially our father, mother in this life, wherever they are, maybe they are just in another realm at this moment, but still we got the body from them. So we're very grateful that we can do this practice, that we can lead this human life, that we can enjoy things which cross our paths. It's also all happiness comes from others, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says. So thank you so much for being with me. I wish you a very good day, evening, and see my brother Tekshuk already.
Yes.
Waiting, present.
Hello.
The two Chenrezigs. Tekshuk and on the background also one.
I'm not Chenrezig, sorry.
You visualize. You are. Yeah.
Okay. Could you? Okay. Now I can share my screen.
Yeah. I will stop. Yeah. Good. Okay. Success and bye bye everyone. I saw Chrissy.
Yeah. Okay. See you later.
Aldo. Bye bye everyone. Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And my friends in Romania. Bye bye everyone. Yeah. Ciao ciao.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Hello. Are you well in Romania?
Yes.
Oh, good. Good. Okay. I hope to see you next time and then speak a little bit longer. Yeah.
We also thank you very much.
It's Tekshuk's turn now. So, ciao, ciao, everyone. Bye, bye.
Okay. So, hello, everybody. I see Chenrezig Institute is still online, so thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, from Leeds, who is doing the administration of these weekly talks, prayers. This is absolutely amazing what you're doing. And let's start by just reflecting for a moment about our motivation for this practice. What is happening in your mind regarding the COVID-19 pandemic? Which seems to be that it's fading away. At least in France, everything opened up. In Nalanda, things have opened up. We no longer have masks on, not even in the Gompa. So let's hope this is not a mistake. And it's absolutely wonderful to go back to our former life that we knew before the pandemic. And maybe more important, we have to think of the people in the Ukraine, in Russia. Oh my God, what's happening there? Absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. And we will do later on, we will do the prayer for peace of Thangtong Gyalpo. So we will start by taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So we think of Chenrezig. The Buddha of compassion. Thinking of other people's suffering and having the ability, the qualities to save each and every one from their misery, from their suffering. You must remember that all the Buddhas have the same mind, the same qualities. So although Chenrezig has a specificity of compassion, he is as wise as anyone. He is as wise as Manjushri. It's for our sake that he's taking the aspect of compassion. And we must remember that in the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras, it is Chenrezig who is teaching wisdom. Avalokiteshvara, Shariputra has this dialogue with Avalokiteshvara. So, Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara is on the top of each and every one of us. You can think of all sentient beings sitting around us in human form. Fathers to the right, mothers to the left. People who have trouble with are in front of us. People who are good to us are behind us. And all have Chenrezig on top of the crown of the head, radiating nectar beams. These nectar beams enter our body and mind. And the nectar beams are purifying. And as the cause of any suffering is karma and afflictions, then these nectar beams are purifying them. And if we think of the sufferings as extensive as possible, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to think of this suffering as terrible suffering, extensive as possible, and that these nectar beams can actually purify any affliction, liberating, purifying. We must think that the cause of any happiness that we have is a result of others. This is why it's so easy to repay the kindness, to think of others. So before we turn to Chenrezig with the mantra, I'd like us to think of the people in the Ukraine. So we'll do the prayer for peace. We turn to Maitreya Buddha, great loving victorious one, transcendental sublime compassionate eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, fully accomplished, totally pure Tara. Merely hearing your holy names eliminates all dangers. Objects of refuge in the nature of compassion. Please pay attention. When the sentient beings was a time of quarreling of the 5 generations, by the explosion of the great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, are tormented by the intensive suffering of fighting and quarreling, please dry up this power of transcendental wisdom and compassion. By letting great rainfall of nectar of loving kindness fall on the migratory beings who are inflamed the conflagration of hatred fire. Please grant blessings with the recognition of each other like father-mother, then increase happiness and auspiciousness. May the multitude of the vicious evil spirits who enter the mental continuum and change it instantly to the mind of Asura, which is God, from now on never run in this area, in this world. I am requesting for even all sentient beings who have died in the war to abandon from that time onward all the evil karma, cause and effect, then having entered and been born in the blissful field, Amitabha's pure land, and lead all others in that pure land. Please bless all those who are born and die to have long life, no sickness, to pacify all quarreling and fighting, enjoy the 10 virtues, have rainfall of the right times, always have good harvests, and for all the habitats and inhabitants to be auspicious and increase. Okay, this is the dedication. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I'd like us to turn to, this is from the newness sadhana, the request prayer, recited 3 times just before we do the mantra. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With the tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my graters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And don't forget the visualization as we recite the mantra. Nectar beams are pouring down from Avalokiteshvara, that is on top of the head, and purifying any sickness, any affliction, any negative karma. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the street jewels, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance in power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Guineas, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gods, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, I'd like to do some mantras of Green Tower. This is a mantra that His Holiness the Dalai Lama, that it was such a joy to see him out in the open yesterday giving teachings, suggested that we do to help with the pandemic. Venerable I, a great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all migratory beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Let me and all those who need protection come under the supreme giving gesture of your right hand, as well as a refuge-granting gesture that liberates from all fear. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, 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 Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Tare Tutare Ture Soa, Om 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 Tara Tutara Tura Soha, 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 Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Om 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 Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Om 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 Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Om Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Om Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Tara Tutara Tura Soha, Om 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 Tara Tutara Tura Soha. Okay, I'd like to start the dedications. So, sorry. From Shantideva. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from their sickness. May all the sicknesses, without exception, our transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the quality of the ground and path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious One Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. Due to the 3 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. And as always, we seal it with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the very long life of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for our most precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciple, please, please, live long. Please don't stop teaching us. So I will say good morning and buongiorno, to Sister Ciliana.
Hello, brother. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yes, it's very, yes, fantastic. Yeah, we finished the 15 days of miracles that I translate all this teaching that were given into Shita. And then now I'm translating the Vinaya. Are you attending the Vinaya?
No. I'm busy with a review of the final exam of the BP.
Anyway, we have Venerable Lexo that is translating, so it's fantastic. It's really, really good. Yeah. Anyway, it's okay.
I hope it is recorded so I can watch it later.
Yes, it's all recorded. Yes, in English, in Italian, and Spanish. So it's quite yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, dear.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, dear. See you too. Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Bye.
Ok, buongiorno a tutti quanti. So, good morning to good morning, good afternoon, good evening in Australia. And so I'd like to thank people at Chenrezig Institute that have been so kind, so supportive about this time for this session that we have. And thank you very much. Thank you very much also to Venerable Damcho that is putting so much effort to have all this session together. And so thank you, Venerable Damcho. Ho ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che sono già 87 settimane che ci sostengono in questa maratona di preghiera, e quindi ho ringraziato anche il Venerabile Damcho che è colui che organizza queste sessioni o che ci incoraggia a partecipare a queste sessioni. Ok, Quindi grazie a tutti quanti di essere intervenuti a questa preghiera per alleviare le sofferenze nel mondo, tutte le sofferenze, non necessariamente soltanto quelle delle malattie, ma anche tutte quante le altre situazioni di sofferenza che stiamo sperimentando. E la cosa interessante è che abbiamo come l'illusione che se si elimina questo tipo di problema, la malattia o la guerra, eccetera, ma dopo stiamo bene, siamo felici, belli, contenti. No, no, non è assolutamente così. Finché noi siamo in quello che si chiama l'esistenza ciclica, siamo dentro a un ciclo, ok? Come una ruota. La ruota non ha un inizio, non ha una fine, ok? E siamo condizionati, spinti a prendere rinascita a causa del karma che abbiamo creato e per i difetti mentali che abbiamo creato, che abbiamo generato. Quindi la ragione per cui si prende rinascita sono queste: karma e afflizioni mentali. Quindi se noi abbiamo, diciamo, come afflizioni mentali al momento della nostra morte, che sono più forti, diciamo, le predisposizioni positive, allora abbiamo la possibilità di prendere una rinascita superiore. Ma se al momento della morte siamo nel terrore, abbiamo rabbia, rancore e veramente tantissimi difetti mentali in quel momento, una paura folle, è facile che le predisposizioni negative possano maturare. Quindi il modo per morire bene, come dice Lama Zopa Rinpoche, è morire bene con la mente della grande compassione. E quindi noi quotidianamente quello che dobbiamo fare è utilizzare qualsiasi situazione per generare compassione. Se ci sono degli esseri, delle persone, delle situazioni che ci causano la generazione della rabbia, del rancore dentro di noi, riconosciamo che ci sono, non possiamo reprimerle, ok? Dobbiamo semplicemente riconoscere che abbiamo questi tipi di difetti mentali nella nostra mente e dire no grazie, io non mi voglio condizionare da questo e quindi se è una persona che ci causa dei problemi, allora cerchiamo di generare compassione nei confronti di quella persona, perché se quella persona sta facendo delle cose negative, come tutti quelli che causano conflitti, ok? Pensano che in questo modo qua risolvano la situazione e dopo sono felici. Ma creare conflitto, creare divisione, creare separazione fra le persone non è assolutamente non porta assolutamente come risultato qualcosa come benessere, tranquillità e serenità. Non esiste proprio. Cioè, i risultati sono sempre concordanti con quelle che sono le azioni che l'hanno causato. Quindi se noi vogliamo un risultato di benessere, di gioia, di felicità, di benessere, dobbiamo creare quelle cause che portano a quello. Quindi in tutta questa confusione, in tutta questa situazione pesante di disagio per tutto quello che sta vivendo questo pianeta, è importante distaccarsi dalle emozioni distruttive che sorgono dentro di noi, è ovvio, perché è chiaro che uno genera avversione nei confronti della guerra, avversione nei confronti del cambiamento climatico, avversione nei confronti di tutto questo inquinamento incredibile che c'è con la plastica, con i gas e così via, avversione anche nei confronti delle malattie, però perché si genera avversione? Perché non si vogliono sperimentare quelle situazioni, ok? Però se le abbiamo è perché noi abbiamo creato le cause per sperimentarla. Quindi le cause sono di sicuro un qualche cosa che non è positivo, è un qualche cosa che è distruttivo. Quindi riconosciamo che quella stessa avversione non farà altro che moltiplicare quel tipo di esperienza. Quindi cerchiamo di riconoscere i danni, gli svantaggi del continuare a nutrire quel tipo di attitudine mentale e generiamo l'intenzione proprio di distaccarcene, cerchiamo di generare compassione nei confronti di tutte quelle persone, di tutti quegli esseri che non hanno la capacità e la possibilità di generare questo tipo di attitudine. Quindi quello che possiamo fare noi è, con la nostra presenza ovunque noi andiamo, essere come l'esempio di questo, nel senso di ispirare gli altri a non generare rancore, ispirare gli altri ad avere una mente più calma, più pacifica, più serena. E come possiamo farlo? Semplicemente non nel generare conflitto, ma nel cercare invece di generare armonia e buon cuore, compassione, comprensione, apertura e accoglienza. Queste sono le uniche cose che noi possiamo fare. Quindi per nutrire questi aspetti dentro di noi è molto, molto utile dedicarsi a fare le preghiere. E quando facciamo le preghiere dobbiamo pensare al significato della preghiera, nel senso che le preghiere sono soltanto parole, ma le parole dovrebbero come stimolare dentro di noi una sensazione, un'esperienza. La Maesce diceva appunto di sentire la preghiera, però deve sentire qualcosa nel cuore, meditare sulle parole fino al punto in cui si sente veramente come un'esperienza dentro, come si sente come una commozione nella preghiera, perché altrimenti non serve assolutamente a niente, sono solo parole, aria fritta. Okay? Così anche quando noi parliamo con gli altri, le parole sono veramente, sono aria, sono semplicemente onde che fatte in un certo modo, certe parole stimolano determinate sensazioni in un'altra persona e quando sono uscite non possono più tornare indietro. Okay? Quindi è bene cercare di stare attenti a quello che si dice, perché le parole possono veramente ferire anche molto di più che uno schiaffo, perché le persone continuano a ricordarsi che uno schiaffo fa il dolore in quel momento lì, ma poi dà dolore in quel momento, poi è finito, mentre invece quello che si dice colpisce il cuore e magari una persona continua a rimuginarci sopra. Quindi bene cercare di stare molto attenti a quello che si dice. Ok, detto questo, tutta questa introduzione, cerchiamo di metterci nella posizione corretta di meditazione, portiamo la nostra attenzione al respiro. Possiamo pensare a tutte quante le situazioni difficili che noi stessi sperimentiamo e anche tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi stanno sperimentando, che esattamente come noi desiderano essere liberi da qualsiasi tipo di sofferenza e di disagio, desiderano star bene. Quindi da questo punto di vista non c'è alcuna differenza fra noi e gli altri. E generiamo veramente il distanziamento, come l'avversione verso i difetti mentali che hanno causato tutte queste situazioni. Proprio il desiderio di non esserne più coinvolte minimamente. E con la profonda fiducia che effettivamente possiamo liberarcene, perché già stesso il fatto che li riconosciamo e che la nostra mente non è sempre coinvolta con questi difetti mentali, cioè ne mettiamo anche dei momenti di gioia, di compassione e così via, vuol dire che sono avventizi, non sono di natura permanente che rimangono nella nostra mente e non sono intrinsecamente esistenti nella nostra mente, vanno e vengono, appaiono e scompaiono. Quindi generiamo la profonda fiducia che possiamo effettivamente diventare un tutt'uno invece con la mente della grande compassione e della saggezza. E per questo pensiamo ai grandi maestri del passato come Buddha Sakyamuni, che è la manifestazione, l'incarnazione di tutte le qualità della mente, completamente risvegliata, completamente illuminata. I grandi esseri, come Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, generiamo questa fiducia in loro che rappresentano le qualità che noi stessi possiamo realizzare. Quindi, dal profondo del cuore, dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio e visualizziamo di fronte a noi Buddha Sakyamuni o Chenrezig, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che rappresentano queste qualità. Immaginiamo che dal loro cuore infiniti raggi di luce vengano, toccano il nostro cuore e eliminano completamente tutte le oscurazioni che abbiamo, tutti gli ostacoli che abbiamo per realizzare questo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, le divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi visualizzando che dal cuore di Chenrezig, o Thangtong Gyalpo, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, si generano infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi stessi, tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, e in questo modo vengono pacificati tutti quanti i problemi. E recitiamo il mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettivamente che libera Sakya dalle malattie. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni potere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei Guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Akini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molteplici preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporali come dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, sono stati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie create sono elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti grado alle malattie dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, i cui semplici suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenza danose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori del Dana, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatti appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera che purifica questa qua. Vage Thangtong Gyalpo, parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Umani per me, 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 umani per me. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e aggriverato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi, del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore fate prosciugare questo oceano, tutto ciò con la vostra grande saggezza trascendente e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno. Lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'Asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possono rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei terrari e sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica. Ok. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi ci dà il merito con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, funge di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che noi tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Dedichiamo affinché ogni azione del nostro corpo, parola e mente sia l'espressione di amorevole gentilezza. Possa chiunque mi vede, mi sente e mi ascolta, si ricorda di me, entra in contatto con me in qualsiasi modo. Possa quell'essere in quel preciso istante sperimentare soltanto gioia e benessere. E possa questo essere la causa della generazione di un pensiero positivo che lo porti alla sua futura ultima illuminazione. Possa la mente della grande compassione maturare nella mente di tutti gli esseri viventi e in particolare nella mente dei leader del mondo. Possa la mia presenza essere la causa di pace e armonia e io essere un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri per chiunque mi incontri. Grazie a tutti quanti della partecipazione a questa ruota di preghiera, questa preghiera, maratona di preghiera, e vi ricordo che le sessioni in italiano oggi sono alle 9 adesso che segue con Tashi, poi alle 9:30, poi di nuovo alle 10:30 e alle 11 e poi questa sera alle 19 e alle 19:30. E poi vi ricordo che domani sera ci sarà la meditazione di Vajrasattva e poi a seguire varie altre preghiere. Ok, con questo io vi saluto e vi ringrazio per la partecipazione e cara Tashi, buongiorno.
Buongiorno, onorevole cara Siliana.
Tutto bene?
Tutto bene, grazie, sì.
Very good, very good. Ok.
Bene. Perfetto. Ti auguro una buonissima e serena giornata.
Anche a te, cara. Sei qua oggi o sei in giro?
Oggi pomeriggio sono a Livorno, ho un corso da tenere a Livorno.
Ok, va bene. Ok, allora buon viaggio, buona giornata a tutti quanti. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Buongiorno a tutti, spero che sia stato per voi veramente una settimana importante. Abbiamo terminato ieri il periodo di Chotrul Duchen, che significa le 2 settimane di miracoli in cui il Buddha fece un'infinità di azioni per portare fiducia nei suoi allievi, nei suoi praticanti e dimostrare cosa si può ottenere dalla nostra mente, che cosa si può fare. E questo diventa praticamente molto importante per noi, perché ci aiuta a capire che cosa significa raggiungere l'illuminazione, che cosa si ottiene. Oltre la chiaroveggenza, si ottiene delle capacità di vedere tutti gli esseri, vedere chiaramente la loro sofferenza e soprattutto esserci liberati dalle nostre afflizioni ed aver ottenuto delle realizzazioni veramente importanti. Allora oggi andiamo a fare le nostre preghiere come ogni settimana avviene, e quindi una breve meditazione affinché le nostre non siano solo preghiere, ma siano anche azioni che poi possiamo dedicare. E come sempre è importante all'inizio generare una buona motivazione, e la motivazione migliore è proprio quella di voler raggiungere l'illuminazione allo scopo di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Questa si chiama mente dell'illuminazione, bodhicitta. Allora andiamo a leggere la nostra preghiera che ci aiuta a praticare insieme la buona motivazione e ci porta a comprendere qual è il nostro desiderio, qual è la nostra intenzione, la nostra motivazione virtuosa. E quindi ricordiamoci che questi incontri sono proprio fatti per portare energie che possano essere di beneficio per combattere questa pandemia, e oggi ci aggiungiamo anche quelle della guerra. E poi, infatti, nella seconda lettura faremo anche la pacificazione del pericolo delle armi, perché questa è una motivazione molto importante. Quindi possiamo meglio dire che noi non siamo proprio pacifisti, ma siamo non violenti, e quindi desideriamo che venga ascoltata la nostra voce in modo non violento. Questo è importantissimo da comprendere. Non siamo tutti buoni, delle persone pie che sappiamo accettare tutte le difficoltà. No, noi ci ribelliamo alle difficoltà, ma facciamo in modo che queste difficoltà diventino la nostra scuola, e la scuola per l'amore, per beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Allora, andiamo a leggere, quindi recitare la motivazione proprio scritta qui nella parola Vajrayana Siddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta, conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie. Quindi leggiamola poi 3 volte e poi facciamo una mala del mantra della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum. Quindi leggiamo insieme. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle unità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei gloriosi Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru e delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Andiamo adesso a leggere la preghiera effettiva, anch'essa per 3 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti virali, da malattie e dai bhutas, e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere mai danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle racchine dei produttori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano da karma e da conflitti temporanei come danni causati dagli spiriti gravi e dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie inizialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle racchine dei produttori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee come danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come il macellaio che porta un essere macellato separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle racchine dei produttori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ecco che quindi la nostra preghiera adesso la dirigiamo verso quello che è il pericolo delle armi, ciò che danneggia e da cui noi ci vogliamo astenere. Noi non vogliamo essere danneggiati, ma neanche desideriamo che altri esseri senzienti vengano danneggiati. Perciò noi pensiamo che per fare questo dobbiamo già mettere dentro di noi questa preghiera affinché poi si espanda e diventi nostra. E la preghiera proprio comincia con il mantra della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Queste sono le parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Grande amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso Maya Griva Irato, Tara compassionevole, mente pura e così via, il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti dei tempi delle Tigi nel prosperare nelle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa, da conflitti e lotte causate da esplosioni nel grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare felicità e di buon auspicio. Sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo di un essere di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un asura, da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi, abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a questa terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è la pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità sigillo della mente e dei rari sublimi. Possano queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ecco, adesso torniamo alla nostra preghiera e facciamo una breve meditazione. Mettiamoci seduti in modo che la nostra respirazione sia fluida, sia sul cuscino o su una sedia. L'importante è che non si sia appoggiati allo schienale. Tenendo la schiena dritta, portiamo l'attenzione all'aria che entra e all'aria che esce dalle nostre narici. Portiamo l'attenzione al percorso dell'aria che passa attraverso la trachea, il torace e va a gonfiare l'addome. E poi seguiamone ancora il percorso mentre l'aria esce dalle narici. Portiamo quindi l'attenzione al nostro respiro. Se un pensiero sorge, una distrazione, una preoccupazione, noi la osserviamo, la vediamo, lasciamo che questa passi e tornando all'attenzione del respiro, ritorneremo al qui ed ora del nostro corpo e della nostra mente. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, scegliamo il nostro oggetto su cui fare l'osservazione e la nostra riflessione e meditazione. Comprendiamo che nella nostra vita continuamente sorgono delle difficoltà, degli ostacoli alla nostra felicità e al nostro benessere fisico. Questo avviene da sempre, fin da quando siamo nati, ed è avvenuto anche nelle precedenti vite. Il nostro corpo è soggetto all'invecchiamento, alla malattia e quindi alla morte. Inoltre la nostra mente, non essendo stata ben addestrata, è vittima di afflizioni, di oscurazioni che ci portano a vedere le cose in modo errato. Allora, per prima cosa andiamo ad osservare questo, la fragilità del nostro corpo e della mente. Ora osserviamo che il nostro modo di reagire a queste condizioni generalmente è quella di rabbia, a volte di malcontento, quindi anche di lagnanza e lamentarsi. Pensiamo come invece sarebbe molto meglio se noi, vedendo questo, dicessimo semplicemente: questa è la mia vita, questo è il mio corpo, questa è la mia mente. Ora sono in questa situazione. Mi addestrerò in futuro, a partire da adesso, per fare in modo di avere uno stile di vita più sano, una nutrizione più corretta e nutrire bene anche la nostra mente. La mia mente deve essere educata. Noi possiamo diventare i maestri di noi stessi, ma maestro è anche la vita che ci pone queste occasioni. Allora riflettiamo come tutto questo sia molto importante e sia un argomento su cui riflettere bene e chiederci come noi vogliamo affrontare queste problematiche. Facciamo bene questa riflessione adesso. Meditiamo sulle nostre riflessioni. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la meditazione è terminata e poi andiamo a concludere la nostra pratica con la dedica, come sempre ormai abbiamo in uso fare, proprio per sigillare quello che abbiamo fatto e poi essere veramente contenti della nostra attività e che questo possa veramente prendere una concezione ed una consistenza materiale, altrimenti sarebbero solo parole. Quindi facciamo la richiesta di pacificare la paura della carestia. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema più alta illuminazione per liberare veramente tutti gli infiniti esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le due scumulazioni. Le assemblee di condottieri, Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, pratica Vedda, Guru, Ida, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma, delle 10 lezioni, divinità della ricchezza, Yaksha, i signori dei tesori, insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalla sofferenza, della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri, attraenti e necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra e nelle nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati da 4 elementi, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. Per favore, far crescere i cereali delle culture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere di aver fatto intense richieste con profonde suppliche, con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e delle carestie essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita felice, libera dalle malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e loro figli, per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi, aumentare e possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Ed ora facciamo le dediche finali a questa nostra maratona di preghiera, a questa staffetta, e pensiamo che questa dedica sia veramente la migliore, la più bella che mai potremmo fare. Quindi andiamo a leggerla insieme. Possa la preziosa e suprema Bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono primi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo che le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separati dai guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, complementando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico vittorioso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato da Buddha. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Rosantramba, che aveva una moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dai figli di vittorioso e ha realizzato il yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, la medicina, il legno d'ardine delle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora più che di me stessa e possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se lo potessi ottenere, potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, pensarmi, ricordarmi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze degli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa essere felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti passati, presenti e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere uno stato di piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, da sola, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantha Badra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, e nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, il re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi da me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti vittoriosi della Santrampa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Andiamo adesso a fare le preghiere di lunga vita per sua santità e per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che ti diedi l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi il generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina virtuosa di Manchanan, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio, di tutti gli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, via lungo. Bene, eccoci che abbiamo terminato anche oggi le nostre pratiche che ci aiuteranno a portare nella nostra giornata grande energia e grande senso di benessere per tutti. Io vi auguro veramente che possa essere una buona giornata e che tutto quello che noi abbiamo detto e che noi abbiamo fatto possa avverarsi senza ostacoli e possano tutti gli esseri essere felici, che possano terminare le guerre, le dispute e i conflitti e tutti gli esseri aiutarsi l'uno con gli altri. Buona giornata a tutti, do il mio testimone alla venerabile Lucia. Buongiorno Lucia, tutto
non
bene?
Sono venerabile.
Cara
Non
Lucia.
sono venerabile, sono una semplice monaca.
Infatti mi faccio chiamare Ani, non venerabile. Che vuol dire bene, buongiorno Lucia. Grazie a tutti, arrivederci, a più presto, a sabato prossimo. Arrivederci.
Buona giornata.
Grazie, ciao Lucia.
Ciao. Buongiorno alle persone che sono in linea in questo momento. Sono due persone, dunque forse non lo so. Ah sì, no, 20 partecipanti. Sì, ciao Clementina. Ah, che bello vederti. Ciao Irene. Buongiorno carissime fanciulle. Piacere di vedervi, sapere che siamo ancora con la preziosa rinascita umana e quindi possiamo sempre fare qualche cosa estremamente virtuoso, importante per noi e per gli altri. E quindi adesso c'è stato appena l'incontro con Tashi, sarete già belli nutriti e quindi adesso facciamo un attimo di meditazione con il pensiero e appunto come già avete generato che la nostra vita possa essere di beneficio per gli altri. Si dice che l'ostacolo più grande per la nostra vita e la motivazione delle nostre azioni è quella dell'egocentrismo, no? Quindi ecco, cambiare questa attitudine con una mente, diciamo, e invece che egocentrica, cambiarla con la motivazione che si apre a sentire che chiunque incontriamo, che le nostre persone vicino a noi, i nostri cari, e persone anche con le quali abbiamo dei problemi, ecco, sono proprio come noi, esattamente come noi, no? Quindi desiderano le stesse cose. Quindi pensiamo un pochino così e motiviamoci pensando alla nostra guida spirituale che ha fatto della propria vita una vita dedicata a beneficio di tutti gli esseri, e noi che vogliamo, diciamo, fare la stessa cosa, che vogliamo eclissare, riconoscere questa attitudine, diciamo, egocentrica come il nostro vero nemico, no? Ecco che questa mattina pensiamo in termini di apertura della nostra coscienza, come dice Lama Yeshe, il nostro Lama fondatore dell'istituto: fai che la tua mente diventi un oceano. Ecco, quindi adesso noi apriamo la nostra coscienza, che non è piccola come è piccolo il nostro corpo, e il nostro corpo è piccolo, ma la nostra coscienza ha la capacità di espandersi fino ai confini dello spazio infinito. Proviamo a immaginare adesso tutti gli infiniti esseri nello spazio della nostra, quando noi apriamo la nostra coscienza, questi esseri che noi vediamo con l'occhio della coscienza, non con l'occhio degli occhi, non con la coscienza visiva, no? Ma con la coscienza mentale, questi esseri che noi riconosciamo questo pianeta e tutti gli altri pianeti, dove sono parte, sono integrati dentro la nostra coscienza. Quando noi apriamo la nostra coscienza ci rendiamo conto di questa inseparabilità che noi abbiamo nei confronti di tutti gli esseri. Quindi adesso facciamo un pochino di meditazione su questa visualizzazione. Immaginiamo il nostro maestro nell'aspetto più conveniente, più congeniale, più facile per noi, davanti all'altezza dei nostri occhi, che ci guarda ed è magneticamente, diciamo, è unito a noi e a tutti gli esseri. Nostro padre a destra, nostra madre a sinistra. Vediamo tutti i nostri cari intorno a noi. E proviamo a sentire come tutti abbiamo gli stessi sentimenti, abbiamo le stesse paure in questo momento così estremamente incerto. Sempre è incerta la nostra vita, no? Sempre. E in questo momento particolare ancora si sente più forte la incertezza, la precarietà, la delicatezza della nostra vita e l'importanza di avere un cuore, diciamo, caldo e non chiuso. E quindi adesso sentiamo dentro di noi, con l'occhio della nostra coscienza, sentiamo come siamo tutti uguali, no? Che tutti gli esseri sono esattamente come noi, desiderano le stesse cose. Soprattutto quello che desideriamo è proprio la sincerità delle relazioni. E quindi, come dice Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, si nasce in maniera molto spontanea, no? senza convenzioni, e si muore uguale, nello stesso modo, senza convenzioni, no? Molto naturale. Apriamo la nostra coscienza a sentire in questo momento di grande disagio quante persone stanno aiutando quelle persone che in questo momento sono in grave difficoltà. Tantissimi esseri che si prendono cura, mentre ci sono tantissimi esseri che soffrono, ci sono tantissime persone che si stanno adoperando. Noi stessi in questo momento, quello che stiamo facendo, pensiamo che la nostra pratica sarà di beneficio per ciascun essere che in questo momento sta attraversando questo momento così terribile, così difficile, no? Quindi, sentendo questo nel nostro cuore, sentendo che vorremmo fare qualcosa, veramente qualcosa per ciascun essere senziente, allora noi pensiamo che non possiamo fare niente, ma perché non siamo lì in quel momento, magari vorremmo fare qualche cosa di pratico, qualcosa di tangibile, però no, possiamo fare qualche cosa anche attraverso la nostra pratica, attraverso la nostra meditazione. Quindi adesso immaginiamo che la nostra guida spirituale che è davanti a noi nell'aspetto della luce si assorbe dentro come una sfera di luce e viene a posarsi sulla sommità della nostra testa, si assorbe nel nostro cuore. Immaginiamo questa sfera di luce che è la nostra vera natura, la natura della nostra mente è fatta di luce. il nostro guru, il nostro maestro si manifesta per noi, magneticamente per noi, e si trasforma in una sfera di luce bianca, come un uovo di luce. E viene nel nostro cuore. Immaginiamo questa luce, un tutt'uno con la nostra mente. Questa luce riempie completamente il nostro sistema nervoso, diventa un corpo di energia, di luce bianca. Immaginiamo che dal nostro cuore fortissimi raggi di luce vanno in tutto lo spazio universale e magneticamente toccano, questa luce tocca tutto quello che sono gli elementi delle persone, tutti gli esseri che sono nello spazio. Tutto viene trasformato nella luce e tutti gli esseri, immaginiamo che ricevono tutto questo, tutto quello di cui hanno bisogno, soprattutto la pace nei loro cuori. Cioè, cerchiamo di sentire questo come una totale unità. Come siamo completamente l'energia universale, come la nostra coscienza è in grado di abbracciare tutta questa energia universale. E mentre facciamo questo, recitiamo Om Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo che tutti gli esseri vengono toccati in questa luce, che è il nostro desiderio dal cuore di vedere tutti liberi dalla sofferenza, dalle cause della sofferenza, vedere tutti gli esseri liberi, che tutti possono essere completamente fuori dalla sofferenza, dalle cause della sofferenza. Immaginiamo così mentre citiamo Om Mani Padme Hum. cerchiamo di trasformare tutte quei carri armati, quelle esplosioni, quei fucili, tutto, immaginiamo che tutto si trasforma nella luce bianca. Tutti posano, abbandonano i conflitti, abbandonano le armi. Immaginiamo così, che tutto il pianeta si disarma e anche le malattie completamente vengono a cessare. Quindi immaginiamo adesso che hanno questa luce nel cuore, è la luce di Avalokitesvara, del Buddha della compassione del nostro maestro. E immaginiamo che ognuno di loro ha ricevuto un beneficio da noi. Cioè, sentiamo che noi abbiamo una coscienza così vasta che integriamo dentro la nostra coscienza tutti gli infiniti esseri, che non siamo separati da noi. E come dice appunto Tutemyeshe, Lama Yeshe, noi siamo un tutt'uno con tutti gli altri esseri. Siamo una realtà universale. Siamo non separati dagli altri esseri. Quindi questa luce si riassorbe nel nostro cuore, tutta questa luce universale che abbiamo emanato si riassorbe dentro il nostro cuore. Energizza con il suono dello Mani Padme Hum, energizza tutto il nostro sistema nervoso. Quindi adesso facciamo la dedica, le dediche per aver fatto questa meditazione insieme. Facciamo la dedica, le dediche e facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo e poi facciamo le dediche finali. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che sono risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti delle malattie e degli alimenti, mai sorgere nel mondo. Possiamo aggiungere una parte della preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Quando gli esseri senzienti litigiosi nel fiorire delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati da guerre violente e dalla sofferenza come risultato dell'esplodere dell'oceano del karma negativo e della gelosia, vi prego di asciugare questo oceano con le vostre menti sagge e compassionevoli. Vi prego di versare una grande pioggia di nettare e di amore sugli esseri migratori che stanno bruciando per il fuoco dell'odio e di conferire inoltre la vostra benedizione perché possano riconoscersi gli uni con gli altri come genitori e incrementare così benessere e auspici. Ecco, quindi queste preghiere che noi facciamo dal profondo del cuore hanno un grandissimo beneficio perché si riverberano su tutti gli infiniti esseri. E quindi adesso il tempo sta quasi per scadere, devo aggiungere le dediche finali della lunga vita dei nostri cari maestri, Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. In questo paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Gyalpo, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Preghiera di lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina maggioriosa di Mangiunazza, tu che magistralmente copri magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Diciamo una dedica per Osen Rinpoche e tutti i suoi progetti e desideri vengono realizzati. Posta la mente dell'altruismo che ancora non è sorto in noi crescere sempre di più, quello che è già sorto non diminuire mai. Possano tutti i nostri meriti incrementare il fiorire del Dharma e possa gli insegnamenti del Dharma rimanere per sempre su questo pianeta. Sua Santità il Dalai Lama dice: possa io essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa rimanere anch'io per dissolvere la sofferenza. Sua Santità aggiunge che i meriti di queste preghiere, se avessero forma, non potrebbero essere contenuti nel mondo, che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia del Gange. Qualsiasi anche piccolissima virtù che noi abbiamo creato e generato anche come intuizione, qualsiasi cosa piccola che noi comunque, lo sforzo, soltanto lo sforzo di fare queste preghiere, questo è un grandissimo merito, no? Anche fare poco, però, perché per crescere in energia virtuosa ci vuole sforzo, quindi anche piccolo sforzo che noi abbiamo fatto, pensiamo, ecco, questo lo dedico a beneficio di tutti gli esseri e dobbiamo ritenerci davvero felici, gioiosi di fare qualcosa, ecco, che non, anche se è piccola, ma ha un impatto infinito verso tutti gli esseri, quindi alla fine diventa un risultato enorme. Grazie mille e a tutti. Ciao. Ciao Begonia, ciao Begonia, Emanuele, ciao Romania, Daniel, ciao, ciao a tutti, grazie a tutti dei partecipanti. Livio Sancin, ciao, Tashi Dele.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao Livio, grazie. Grazie Livio. Ciao Irene, ciao a tutti. Ciao Emanuele.
Ciao.
Ciao Emanuele.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Tutti l'Italia.
Sì, gli italiani. Ma Emanuele è spagnolo? Emanuele è spagnolo.
No, non lo so. Non lo so.
No, no.
Ah, italiano, Emanuele.
Manuele
Sì.
italiano.
Grazie. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao Begonia.
Ciao cariño.
Ciao. Paloma?
Estaba en Oselín.
Oh. Ciao, Tashi delle buona suerte. Que todo te va bien. Ciao.
Igualmente, Lucía.
Gracias.
Bueno, a ver que hay una nota en el chat. Ya está. Ok, pues buenos días. Ahora, hoy me toca a mí porque Paloma está en Oselín y no creo que tenga una buena conexión de internet. Así que me ha dicho que lo dirigiera yo. Y aquí estamos otra vez para hacer esta práctica tan hermosa que nos ha sugerido Lama Zopa Rinpoche para el beneficio de todos los seres, para intentar controlar esta pandemia y, en fin, y todos los desastres que se nos están acumulando. Es una barbaridad el curro que tenemos. Tenemos un trabajo que cada vez es más fuerte. Así que, bueno, pues como siempre vamos a visualizar a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, todos sin excepción ninguna, sin pensar que unos son más importantes que otros, simplemente los vamos a colocar en un orden, pero teniendo muy claro que ellos son en conjunto el propósito de nuestra práctica, no solo de esta práctica, sino de la práctica de todas nuestras vidas, porque hemos hecho el voto de ayudar a los seres a llegar a la iluminación al precio que sea, nosotros solos. Así que son todos ellos, hasta el más insignificante, el más alejado, el que menos conocemos o queremos, son súper importantes en nuestra marcha hacia la iluminación. Tenemos que alcanzarla para poder ayudar con eficacia a todos los seres. Así que son el motivo de nuestra vida, de nuestra práctica hasta la iluminación. Y como siempre, pues a la derecha visualizamos a nuestro Padre, a la izquierda a nuestra Madre, detrás nuestro todos nuestros familiares más cercanos, nuestra familia cercana, y así poco a poco, pues conocidos, compañeros de trabajo, amigos, otros familiares, y poco a poco todo el espacio hasta el horizonte se cubre de seres en forma humana. Los vamos a visualizar, aunque sean animales o espíritus, los vamos a visualizar en forma humana, en un renacimiento humano perfecto. Y están todos muy contentos, muy satisfechos de hacer esta práctica con nosotros, esta práctica que nos va a beneficiar tanto. Y que ellos son además los protagonistas de estas oraciones que vamos a hacer hoy. Entonces, si vemos la cantidad de sufrimiento que hay acumulado entre todos los seres que nos rodean, realmente podemos ver que el sufrimiento propio es insignificante. Prácticamente desaparece al contemplar la inmensa muchedumbre de personas que siguen en samsara y que tienen sufrimientos muchísimo más grandes que los nuestros. Así que esto puede servirnos de inspiración para hacer la práctica. Visualizamos delante nuestro las personas que de alguna manera con las que tenemos algún problema o no nos caen bien o bueno, pues nos han dañado o nosotros hemos ya dañado en su momento, con los que tenemos algún agravio, alguna disputa. Los vamos a visualizar como los hijos más queridos que presentamos a Buda Sakyamuni. Y sobre nuestras cabezas vamos a visualizar la mente iluminada en la forma de Chenrezig. La podemos visualizar en la forma de Chenrezig 4 brazos o 1000 brazos, como nos sea más cómodo o nos sugiera más. Y la visualizamos con detalle, sabiendo que está perfectamente pendiente de todos y cada uno de los seres que nos rodea y de nosotros mismos, que sabe y conoce el karma de todos los seres, sabe sus proyectos, sus expectativas, sus niveles de práctica, sus niveles mentales en el camino, y que tiene todas los medios hábiles para ayudarnos. En el momento en que nuestra mente esté dispuesta a aceptar un medio hábil concreto, la mente iluminada nos lo va a conceder, nos va a dar esa ayuda en la forma de maestros, sobre todo de nuestro gurú raíz, que es la encarnación de todos los budas, que es como el Buda llega hasta nosotros, ¿no? A través de nuestro gurú raíz, que es el ser más poderoso, más cariñoso, más amable y más amoroso que podemos imaginar, más que nuestra propia familia. Bueno, pues con esta visualización todos los seres y nosotros tomamos refugio. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y en la Sangha. Todos los seres cuyo número es tan vasto como el espacio, tomamos refugio en el precioso Maestro Buda. Tomamos refugio en el Buda, en el Dharma y la Sangha. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y una vez habiendo tomado refugio, vamos a recitar el mantra de la compasión. Bueno, pues por todos, para que cese esta pandemia y para que la vida habitual y cotidiana de la gente no se vea afectada por más interferencias. Omani, omani, peme hu, omani, peme hu, omani, peme hu, omani, peme hu. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Vale. Recordar el mirar la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo de vez en cuando, como nos sugiere Lama Zopa Rinpoche, mientras recitamos el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Ahora vamos a recordar con especial énfasis en la gente que todavía está contaminada por la COVID, sobre todo todos aquellos y que se recuperen pronto y sin secuelas. Y luego todos aquellos que han muerto a lo largo de estos 2 años y medio. Mucha gente mayor, muy confusa, sin saber dónde estaba, sin estar habiendo sido separada de su familia. Entonces, para que hayan tenido una muerte calma y que tengan muy buenos renacimientos humanos perfectos. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Recordamos ahora con mayor énfasis por todas las personas desplazadas a consecuencia de la guerra de Ucrania, que son ya más de 2 millones los que han tenido que salir de sus países, pues sin saber ni cómo se va a solucionar, ni si van a poder volver de nuevo a sus casas, a sus vidas. Ucrania está siendo destruida casi sistemáticamente, entonces pues vamos a poner énfasis en nuestra recitación para que los líderes que puedan llegar a ser capaces de hacer negociaciones y que paren esta guerra cuanto antes. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Recordamos ahora a toda la Sangha en Occidente que vive en los monasterios, centros de retiros, centros de ciudad, centros del campo, y que ayudan a que pues, todos los habitantes de Occidente nos podamos acercar a un centro y conozcamos el Dharma y a maestros perfectamente cualificados, para que no les falte nunca nada, ya sea material o ya sea de apoyo de cualquier tipo que necesiten. Recitamos el mantra también para ellos. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Tenemos la primera dedicación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocara en la boca de llamas, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son productos del karma y condiciones temporales tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llamas, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Terminamos la última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritu, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llamas, Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus maléficos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la alabanza a Chenrezig. Oh Aria, oh de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con la lágrima de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos de compasión a mí y a los errantes a los campos del gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos, virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Bueno, dedicamos toda esta práctica para la salud y larga vida de todos nuestros maestros, muy en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, las cabezas del linaje de otros linajes tibetanos, y por Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que es nuestro fundador y el maestro de nuestra fundación. Dedicamos los méritos por todos los centros de Dharma para que tengan siempre todo lo que necesiten y voluntarios muy entusiastas, maestros mahayanas perfectamente cualificados para que termine la COVID, para que se erradique completamente esta epidemia y volvamos a recuperar nuestras vidas y la gente que ha perdido trabajos o empresas pueda rehacerse otra vez económicamente. Para el final de la guerra, de la invasión de Rusia por Ucrania, que pueden llegar a negociaciones que estén adecuadas a cada uno de los países, y la cantidad de millones de refugiados que están saliendo del país puedan regresar a sus hogares y rehacer sus vidas de nuevamente en su país. Dedicamos también los méritos por nuestras familias, para que tengan todo lo que necesiten, aquellas que están vivos o incluso aquellos que han muerto, pues que tengan nacimientos humanos perfectos y conozcan el Dharma, y maestros pues Mahayana perfectamente cualificados. Voy a terminar con el sermón de la benevolencia. Que todos los seres sean felices cualquiera que sea su naturaleza. Débiles o poderosos, sin excepción alguna, largos o grandes de cuerpo, medianos o pequeños, toscos o delicados, los que se ven y los que no se ven, los que están cerca y los que están lejos, los nacidos y los por nacer. Que todos los seres sean felices. Que nadie engañe nunca al otro ni le desprecie por ningún motivo, ni se deje mover por ira ni por odio a desear el mal de otro ser viviente. Igual que una madre que dará la vida por su propio hijo, por su único hijo, ábrase el ánimo sin límite ninguno, rebosante de benevolencia, para con todo el mundo y en todas direcciones, arriba, abajo, alrededor, sin odio, sin enemistad, sin reserva ninguna. Juan Yurba, ¿querías dedicar en especial por alguien?
Por alguien, pues en realidad
Por
para
algo.
todos los seres. Ahora sí me oye, ¿no? Sí. Bueno, quisiera dedicar para todos los seres que sufren, que se percaten de que ese sufrimiento, uno, no es permanente, no va a ser permanente, se va a acabar, como todas las cosas que son impermanentes. Dos, que no generen odio, que se den cuenta de que todo este sufrimiento es resultado de su karma anterior, de vidas pasadas, y que generen causas positivas para sí, no poder experimentar en un futuro más sufrimiento y más dolor a sí mismo y a otros seres. Con ello, que conozcan esto facilite la comprensión, el conocimiento y la práctica del Dharma, y así alcancen la iluminación. Muchas gracias.
Ok. Juanito.
¿Me oyes?
Sí, te oigo.
Yo me uno porque se da el sonido.
Ay, se te corta, se te corta.
Corta siempre. A ver, ahora corta. Y que todos los
Ok. Hacemos la oración de larga vida a su santidad el Dalai Lama. La joya que cumple y concede los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo, al incomparablemente amable Tenzin Gyatso le suplico que todos tus santos deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Y para Lama Zopa, pues es la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestrías oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Te ruego que tengas una larga vida. Ok, Mackey. ¿Qué te pasa, Juanito, que nunca se te oye bien? ¿Es el ordenador?
yo hago y todos van bien. Solo es
Nada, no se te oye, no hay forma. Bueno, me alegro de veros, ya sabéis que...
¿Ahora?
Sí,
¿Es este Zoom siempre?
ya.
Me
Bueno,
toca callarme.
si podéis esta noche, nos vemos esta noche.
Vale. Muy bien.
Chao. Hola, Cristiana.
Ciao, cara. How are you? Fine, no?
Yeah.
I see you well. Okay. Also, wow. Also, all the others are well. Also, Paloma is well.
Yes, she's in Oselin.
Ah, yeah, ho capito. Va bene. Ciao,
Tito
cari.
Fati,
Grazie a tutti.
Grazie tante mille. Ok.
Va bene, adesso cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Siamo più o meno tutte le persone che mi avevano detto che sarebbero venute sono venute, quindi cominciamo. Ci tenevo che ci foste voi che volevate venire proprio dall'inizio, perché facciamo una meditazione silenziosa un po' diversa dal solito, cioè la meditazione è assolutamente la stessa, però la faremo con una consapevolezza un po' diversa. Allora, stavolta facciamo un pochettino di più. L'altra volta avevo ridotto molto i tempi della meditazione silenziosa di mera consapevolezza sul respiro, ma adesso ci mettiamo invece qualche minuto in più perché ci cerchiamo di abituare a questa riflessione, a questa realtà riguardo alla postura. La postura è importantissima. In realtà noi normalmente, perlomeno noi che siamo molto al computer, che mangiamo 2 o 3 volte al giorno e che parliamo con la gente, cioè che attiviamo molto questo aspetto del nostro corpo, abbiamo questo atteggiamento, questa postura. Questa postura significa delle cose, crea delle impronte nella nostra mente. Questa postura significa cerco qualcosa all'esterno, ok? Mi aspetto qualcosa all'esterno, ho bisogno di qualcosa all'esterno. Mentre adesso con la meditazione di consapevolezza sul respiro, questa impronta viene invertita, cioè l'esterno arriva a me comunque con l'aria, col respiro, con la consapevolezza del fatto che esisto qui ed ora, ok? Per questo la postura è importante, perché anche se ovviamente non si tratta di fare i toghi, di compiacerci della nostra postura completamente dritta, la realtà è questa: se abbiamo una postura in cui le spalle sono rilassate e il collo è in linea con la spina dorsale, le mascelle sono rilassate, il naso è in linea con l'ombelico, cioè non stiamo né così né così. Il naso è in linea con l'ombelico, le orecchie cadono, cioè se cadrebbero sulle spalle, non cadono. Se cadessero, cadrebbero sulle spalle. Questo significa che non abbiamo che non coltiviamo alcun bisogno. E tutto ciò che ci serve è l'aria che entra e l'aria che esce. Quindi non si tratta soltanto di distogliersi dai pensieri chissà quali. Il pensiero di quello che mi è successo ieri di terribile, che quell'altro è stato cattivo. Non si tratta di questo tipo di pensieri, si tratta anche di un pensiero più sottile. o bisogno di qualcosa dall'esterno. Finché respiriamo non abbiamo bisogno di niente. Quando non respireremo più non avremo bisogno di niente, non abbiamo mai bisogno di niente, ammesso che ci siano delle condizioni di sopravvivenza minime. Poi questo è invece una questione che trattiamo con la meditazione del prendere e dare. Ok, quindi la postura diritta. Mi dispiace che io per parlare con voi devo stare su una sedia da computer e non è affatto la stessa cosa che stare seduti per terra con un cuscino. La postura diritta è meno facile, comunque pazienza, è meno spontanea. Adesso invece allineiamo tutte le vertebre della spina dorsale, una dopo l'altra, fino alla nuca, senza forzare, soprattutto senza forzare il bacino. C'è la posizione falsamente diritta che è quella del soldato, ok? E c'è la posizione falsamente diritta che in realtà assumiamo inconsciamente noi, che è quella di irrigidire il bacino, che non solo fa male, ma non è la posizione di meditazione, è una posizione artificiosa, ok? Questa posizione deve essere naturale, non c'è niente di cui abbiamo bisogno, non c'è niente da cercare, l'aria entra e l'aria esce perché siamo vivi. E concentriamo la nostra attenzione sull'aria che entra, sulla sensazione dell'aria che entra dal naso e che esce o dal naso o dalla bocca a seconda di come vi trovate meglio. Ok, grazie, cominciamo. Faremo almeno 5 minuti. Ok, grazie. Ok. Ora passiamo a una meditazione sul prendere e dare, prendere su di noi le sofferenze altrui, dare agli altri tutte le nostre gioie, felicità, qualità positive, meriti, eccetera. Anche questa è, diciamo così, più sottile di quella che abbiamo sempre fatto, ma più sottile, attenzione, significa più realistica, perché ciò che è grossolano in noi sono le nostre proiezioni, le nostre concettualizzazioni e le nostre emozioni, diciamo così, gonfiate dal credere che la realtà esterna e il nostro io hanno vera esistenza. Allora, più si va all'essenza che è sottile, più si va verso ciò che le cose effettivamente sono. Allora, parlando della meditazione del prendere e dare, adesso la facciamo in questo modo. Quando ispiriamo, non dobbiamo fare a noi stessi alcuna violenza, non dobbiamo esercitare su noi stessi alcuna forzatura, cioè non stiamo facendo l'azione eroica di prendere su di noi delle cose orribili che altrimenti non prenderemmo. Ok? Non è così. Noi prendiamo su di noi consapevolmente ciò che sempre ci arriva. Stavolta esercitiamo la consapevolezza sul fatto che queste negatività che sempre ci arrivano, sempre, che noi cerchiamo di ributtarle nell'inconscio, nel rimosso, o che noi ci disperiamo su di esse, o che noi diventiamo aggressivi verso chi ce le manda queste negatività, che non ce le manda apposta, è semplicemente che le emana. Ok? Tutti emaniamo la nostra negatività in qualche modo, ok? Quindi le negatività di produrre una guerra, di buttare bombe, di pianificare distruzioni di massa, o la negatività di chi subisce la guerra, di chi si vede crollare il mondo addosso, perde i parenti, eccetera, perde la terra perché deve scappare. Tutte queste negatività a noi arrivano comunque. Non c'è scampo, non c'è l'opzione che non ci arrivino. In questa meditazione del prendere e dare, ciò che facciamo è semplicemente che prendiamo consapevolezza di ciò. Ovviamente nella tradizione tibetana vengono usati colori piuttosto forti, no? Fumo nero che si emana da tutti gli esseri senzienti, sofferenti e in preda di afflizioni più o meno gravi, che compiono azioni più o meno gravi. Fumo nero, scorpioni neri, veleno nero, c'è questa enfasi sul fatto che si tratta di negatività, ma l'essenza di questo prendere rendersene consapevoli ci permette di dare a questa realtà la forza della trasformazione. Cioè lo facciamo per compassione, lo facciamo perché vogliamo liberare gli esseri dalla loro sofferenza e viviamo in noi tutte le guerre, tutte le negatività, tutte le afflizioni, viviamo in noi tutte le cattiverie, viviamo in noi anche tutte le negatività e afflizioni delle persone buone, genericamente chiamate buone, come noi per esempio crediamo di essere, di tutto questo infinito stuolo di esseri viventi che soffrono, che sono controllati dalla sofferenza e che rinascono continuamente in base alle azioni negative che hanno compiuto. Di tutto questo stuolo noi assorbiamo comunque la negatività perché siamo interconnessi, essenzialmente interconnessi. La realtà della nostra vita, della nostra esistenza è l'interconnessione, non c'è nessuna realtà al di fuori dell'interconnessione. Però ecco, dicevo, prendiamo su di noi tutto ciò, ma lo facciamo con la motivazione di compassione. Quando questa negatività si scontra con le nostre negatività, sapete che visualizziamo un mucchietto di polvere nera che rappresenta tutti i nostri difetti, karma negativo, eccetera, eccetera. E nell'incontro tra questo fumo nero che viene dagli altri e la negatività nostra si produce questa incredibile luce bianca che ci purifica da tutto. Questo succede solo e soltanto se la motivazione del prendere la negatività altrui su di noi è la compassione, perché la compassione è ciò che libera. Anche lì non abbiamo scelta. Se agiamo per compassione, la compassione ci libera. Va bene? Questa luce bianca che entra in noi, cioè si produce in noi nell'incontro tra il fumo nero degli altri e la polvere nera che è nel nostro chakra del cuore. Questa luce bianca la doniamo immediatamente a tutti gli esseri in forma di tanti raggi laser, eccetera. Ma anche qua il punto è che non possiamo fare altrimenti, non c'è modo, non c'è modo che ce la teniamo per noi. Sarebbe quello che vogliamo. Che bello, come sto bene, mi tengo tutto per me finalmente. Ma non funziona così, non è così, non è così. Quello che c'è è che qualunque positività sorga in noi è immediatamente, proprio simultaneamente, diretta al beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Bene, ora possiamo fare 8 minuti di questa meditazione. Io ho parlato molto, però dovremmo basarci, come dicevo l'altra volta, più sul fatto che questa è una verità. Cioè, chiaro che per conoscerla bisogna anche un po', diciamo così, ragionare, parlare, confrontare, bla 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 bla. Ho cercato di darvi delle dritte meno parolaie possibili, ma ho dovuto parlare. Ma adesso che facciamo la meditazione, semplicemente dimoriamo in questa realtà. Noi non facciamo altro che assorbire le negatività altrui. Noi non facciamo altro che purificare i nostri difetti con la compassione che accompagna questo assorbimento delle negatività altrui. Noi non facciamo altro che donare agli altri la purificazione dovuta a questa compassione, a questa saggezza, a questa chiarezza. È luce. La compassione è luce, la chiarezza è luce, ok? Non facciamo altro perché non possiamo fare altro. L'unica differenza sta nella consapevolezza di farlo con compassione. Bene, sono diventati 7 minuti. Grazie. Ok, grazie. Cerco di chiarire un punto a proposito di questa meditazione del prendere e dare e di quella precedente di mera consapevolezza sul respiro, in cui dicevamo riconosciamo che non abbiamo nessun bisogno di ricorrere all'esterno. Anche questo è molto importante per quel che riguarda la nostra capacità di agire per la pace. E comunque dicevo, noi ci facciamo questa visione in rapporto a quello che i fatti sembrano mostrare con assoluta evidenza, cioè ci facciamo la visione che noi siamo praticamente impotenti, no, perché le cose storicamente stanno andando così, che rispetto a certe questioni non abbiamo nessuno che ci rappresenti politicamente. La politica è diventata un'altra cosa, ok? Lo ammettiamo senza bisogno di farci polemiche sopra, ma è la realtà. Allora noi ci sentiamo impotenti rispetto a questa guerra, tant'è vero che tanti dicono almeno mandiamo armi, cioè almeno si sentono che fanno qualcosa. Purtroppo stiamo andando a finire così. Quindi dicevo, ci sentiamo impotenti, pensiamo se fossimo al governo, se fossimo il presidente degli Stati Uniti, se fossimo il presidente dell'Ucraina, se fossimo il presidente della Russia, se fossimo potremmo. Questo è un delirio che non sta né in cielo né in terra. Se fossimo presidente dell'Ucraina, degli Stati Uniti, d'Italia e di tutti gli altri governi, non saremmo noi stessi, non saremmo quello che siamo ora. Queste sono idealizzazioni che trascurano il fatto che noi siamo potenti per quello che siamo. Siamo potenti perché possiamo fare questa meditazione, perché possiamo riconoscere la nostra capacità di assorbire la negatività altrui, la nostra capacità di emanare positività per gli altri, la nostra capacità di realizzare che non ha senso afferrarsi a qualcosa che ci venga dall'esterno. Ovviamente uno dice ma devo pur mangiare, quello viene dall'esterno, ma mentre meditiamo invece riflettiamo all'essenza, che non abbiamo bisogno di niente che provenga dall'esterno. I praticanti che sanno fare meditazioni avanzate non hanno bisogno di mangiare, per esempio. Ok? I praticanti che hanno ottenuto certe realizzazioni praticano anche dopo che il respiro è cessato. Ora noi non dobbiamo tendere a questo, dobbiamo semplicemente ammettere la realtà che non c'è questa, come si può dire, questo beneficio nel dipendere compulsivamente dall'esterno. Questo aiuta molto, questa è la nostra guerra alle oscurazioni, questa è la nostra vittoria sulle oscurazioni. Il prendere e dare la nostra vittoria sulle oscurazioni. Questa purtroppo Putin non ce l'ha. Biden, lo chiamo Biden perché mi sembra un po' vicino a un'altra parola. Biden non ce l'ha, Draghi non ce l'ha, ce l'abbiamo noi. Noi siamo potenti, noi abbiamo potere. Importantissima sta cosa. Quando meditiamo, questo è ciò che dà effettivo beneficio. Se fossimo Biden o eccetera, non potremmo avere questo beneficio perché non si diventa presidenti degli Stati Uniti o delle altre nazioni senza aver in qualche modo ceduto alla compulsione, alla ricerca del potere materiale. Ok? Mi ricordo una volta, sì dai lo dico, vediamo se lo riesco a dire in 30 secondi. Volevo che cambiasse il presidente, il direttore del centro di Dharma in cui vivevo. Avevo un'idea in testa di una certa persona ed ero andata dal mio maestro a dirgli che ce l'ha. Mettiamo questa persona, adesso io volevo fare manovre perché questa altra persona diventasse direttore. E c'era una persona che sembrava, insomma, appariva mitissima, con le idee giuste, quadrato, responsabile, non influenzabile. Diceva, mi ha detto, fai quello che vuoi, però dopo 3 mesi lui è uguale al presidente al direttore di prima. E in effetti, guardando a quello che era successo agli altri via via direttori, questa era la realtà, ma io non la volevo vedere. Basta, 30 secondi, finito. Ora facciamo delle letture carine. La lettura carina della preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo contro la guerra, non contro, per la pacificazione della guerra. Anch'io uso un linguaggio scorrettissimo. Basta, cancellate contro. Per la pacificazione della guerra. E ora ve la metto in condivisione. Eccola qua. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso. Ah, scusate, avevo la visualizzazione parziale. Le parole di verità che pacificano i pericoli delle armi. Questo è il titolo della preghiera. Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole e vittorioso, Maitreya Buddha, occhio trascendentale, sublime, compassionevole, Hayagriva vittorioso adirato, Tara completamente compiuta e totalmente pura, e così via. Il solo ascolto dei vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore prestate attenzione. Quando gli esseri del tempo delle liti e delle 5 degenerazioni, dell'esplosione del grande oceano del karma malvagio e della gelosia, sono tormentati dalle intense sofferenze e lotte, per favore asciugatelo, l'oceano, con il potere della saggezza e della compassione trascendentali, lasciando cadere grandi piogge del nettare e della gentilezza amorevole sugli esseri migratori che infiammano la conflagrazione dell'odio fuoco. Per favore, concedetemi la benedizione del riconoscerci reciprocamente come padre e madre, quindi aumentate la felicità e il buon auspicio. Possano le moltitudini dei malvagi spiriti maligni che entrano nel nostro continuum mentale e lo cambiano istantaneamente nella mente di dei gelosi, d'ora in poi, non diffondersi mai in quest'area, paese, mondo. Chiedo anche che tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono morti in guerra abbandonino da questo momento in poi tutto il cattivo karma, causa ed effetto, e quindi, essendo entrati e nati nel campo beato, la terra pura di Amitabha, conducano anche loro tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore, benedici tutti coloro che nascono e muoiono. Benedite tutti coloro che nascono e muoiono, cioè gli esseri samsarici, perché abbiano una vita lunga, senza malattie, pacifichino tutti i litigi e le lotte, ottengano il godimento delle 10 virtù, le piogge al momento giusto, sempre buoni raccolti, e che tutti gli ambienti e gli abitanti siano di buon auspicio e si sviluppino per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, per i fenomeni che hanno realtà ultima e per cui causa e risultato sono ineluttabili, e per la compassione del guru, delle divinità del sigillo mentale e dei rari e sublimi, possano queste pure e vaste preghiere essere completate. Allora, perché facciamo queste preghiere? Abbiamo appena concluso delle meditazioni in cui per qualche barlume di parasecondo abbiamo avuto un'idea corretta di quale sia la nostra interconnessione con tutti gli esseri, del fatto che abbiamo avuto un barlume di idea corretta del fatto che in realtà li guariamo con la nostra consapevolezza e con la nostra compassione, eccetera, no? Sono stati dei barlumi, sono comparsi per un secondo, non un secondo, un millesimo di secondo, e poi sono spariti perché la nostra meditazione non è stabile. Ecco, allora noi preghiamo perché coloro la cui meditazione su queste verità è assolutamente stabile e ha prodotto frutti che per noi sono inimmaginabili, quindi coloro che fanno quello che facciamo noi ma l'hanno sviluppato pienamente, ci aiutino ad andare avanti in questo sviluppo e in questo caso ci aiutino nella pacificazione che proviene da conoscere la realtà ultima e la realtà che è la mancanza di vera esistenza e la realtà dell'interconnessione tra tutti i fenomeni e tra tutti gli esseri. Bene, ora recitiamo anche per la pacificazione di quel conflitto particolare che è la malattia, e in questo caso la malattia diffusa in tutto il mondo, pandemia. Sappiamo che ce ne sono tantissime di malattie e alcune sono più importanti di questa pandemia, sono più importanti e più diffuse di questa pandemia, però noi abbiamo cominciato a impegnarci in questa maratona sulla spinta del pericolo della pandemia e effettivamente siamo interessati che sia la pandemia che tutte le altre malattie siano esaurite e quindi recitiamo sia il mantra di Tara, mi dispiace ma è tardissimo e ne possiamo parlare poco, del mantra di Tara e del mantra di Avalokitesvara, che è il Buddha della compassione. Tara è il Buddha dell'aiuto, dove tutto l'aiuto possibile sembra che non possa esserci. Tara è la divinità femminile dell'aiuto incredibile, e quella è una divinità femminile perché l'aspetto femminile di tutti gli esseri compie il miracolo incredibile della vita, della possibilità di continuare il proprio sentiero, cioè non c'è miracolo superiore. Ok? Quindi Tara è questo. Buddha Avalokitesvara è il Buddha della compassione, cioè l'aspetto più compiuto e più efficace, assolutamente vittorioso della eliminazione della sofferenza in tutti gli esseri, e recitiamo il loro mantra. Prima quello di Tara. On tare tu re son, 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 tare tu re son. Contare tutare ture soa. Ora il mantra del Buddha della compassione. Questi mantra che recitiamo, diciamo così, potenziano, sigillano la nostra connessione con gli esseri illuminati, i quali sono effettivamente in grado di aiutare stabilmente a liberarsi dalla sofferenza e a ottenere le realizzazioni, tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi è un modo per entrare nella loro area di influenza, diciamo, nella loro area di attività. Siamo i loro assistenti, siamo i loro, come si può dire, i loro discepoli per chi vuole essere discepolo, ma lasciamo perdere questi termini un po' religiosi. Siamo i loro, come si può dire, quelli che gli girano intorno, ecco, va, quelli che gli girano intorno. Ora il mantra del Buddha della compassione, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora c'è la recitazione della cosiddetta pratica del rifugio. In realtà non abbiamo fatto altro finora che prendere rifugio nella chiarezza della nostra stessa mente, nel corpo di verità che è della nostra stessa mente, che è il riconoscimento che il nostro io è vuoto di vera esistenza, che l'io degli altri è vuoto di vera esistenza e che siamo tutti interconnessi nella possibilità di ottenere la liberazione. Questo abbiamo fatto fino adesso, ma ora lo recitiamo in modo formale, la pratica formale della presa di rifugio, e poi recitiamo un'altra preghiera del nostro eroe Thangtong Gyalpo. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, l'assemblea cioè gli infiniti esseri che si presentano via via in varie incarnazioni, in varie emanazioni per aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Non c'è solo Buddha Sakyamuni, c'è l'assemblea dei maestri come Buddha Sakyamuni che si devono presentare in forme che a noi non sembrano trascendentali, perché se si presentassero in forme trascendentali, tecnicamente si chiama Sambhogakaya, questa forma trascendentale, noi non li vedremo, non li capiremo, non avremo la più pallida idea. Invece si presentano in forma di esseri in carne ed ossa che discendono da ovulo e sperma dei genitori e quindi hanno determinate caratteristiche fisiche e non altre, ma questo non c'entra col fatto che siano emanazioni di Buddha, c'entra che devono farlo per noi. E quindi prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative. Abbiamo praticato molto velocemente queste due divinità meditative oggi, Tara e Avalokitesvara, e delle Dakini, di cui non ho il tempo di dire una parola. No, invece una parola la voglio dire. Le Dakini sono la diretta il diretto flash dalla mente del Buddha fino a noi, senza forma, senza possibilità che noi ci afferriamo ad esse. Sono femminili perché sono il miracolo della nostra trasformazione in esseri illuminati che viene anticipato dagli istanti di comunicazione delle Dakini a noi. Poi sì, vengono anche rappresentate in una certa forma. Io per esempio ora su Facebook ho mostrato una delle forme delle Dakini, ma la realtà è che sono come il sole manda questi raggi potentissimi che a volte compaiono, a volte no, non so come si chiamano, queste emanazioni, queste eruzioni solari che arrivano fino a noi, così i Buddha mandano le Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, nella mancanza di vera esistenza della nostra mente, che comunque ha una apparenza convenzionale valida, non illusoria. Bene, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum l'abbiamo già recitato, io sto un po' manipolando questo testo perché mi trovo meglio così nell'esposizione, ma il concetto non cambia. Ora c'è la preghiera di dedica di Thangtong Gyalpo per guarire da tutte le malattie, le sofferenze e il karma negativo, quindi non è soltanto per le malattie come il Covid, o come la sclerosi a placche, è per tutti i tipi di sofferenza. Quindi la guerra vi è inclusa, non esclusa. Le recitiamo tutte e due perché Thangtong Gyalpo, appunto, essendo il nostro eroe, ha questa capacità di toccare la nostra immaginazione rispetto alle dediche. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il signore della morte. Proprio ciò che ci è successo in questa esplosione di terrore dovuta alla pandemia, quando ci sono state tante altre malattie ancora più gravi negli anni immediatamente precedenti, ci sono ancora adesso. Però siamo andati nella dimensione del terrore. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo le dediche, se le trovo. Eccola qua, trovata. È in inglese, però ve la mando lo stesso in condivisione per chi conosce l'inglese. Devo tagliarne alcune perché abbiamo solo 4 minuti. E come dico sempre, ma è molto importante ricordarcelo, per quanto sia stata bella, utile e preziosa la meditazione, la pratica che abbiamo fatto fino ad ora, e il karma puro che abbiamo generato è molto delicato. Può essere, la sua maturazione positiva può essere rallentata anche di eoni dal modo oscurato in cui pensiamo in seguito a questa meditazione. Possiamo pensare in modo compiaciuto, possiamo pensare in modo dualistico. Io medito queste belle cose, un altro no. Ci sono tanti modi in cui possiamo, come si può dire, congelare il karma positivo della pratica che abbiamo fatto. Quindi per evitare questo, lo mettiamo tutto questo karma nel binario della perfetta realizzazione del risveglio per noi e per gli altri con queste dediche. Ok? Possa la suprema mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere. Quella che è già sorta possa non declinare mai, ma accrescersi sempre più. Vedete che qui non si parla solo, non si dice possa io, avendo generato bodhicitta, si dice possa la mente di suprema bodhicitta, della suprema illuminazione, per me e per tutti, quindi, ok? Quindi si elimina fin dalla radice ogni motivazione egocentrica che può oscurare, congelare il karma puro della pratica che abbiamo fatto. Poi per realizzare la vacuità. Samsara e nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, eppure causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Uno potrebbe dire, ma come? Se samsara, dove sono io, e anche il nirvana mancano di esistenza intrinseca, allora non c'è causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente, perché mancano di esistenza intrinseca. Eppure sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per discernere il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui questi due aspetti sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Anche queste importantissime. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara, lo stato del Buddha primordiale. Oddio, siamo in ritardo spaventoso. Come l'acqua, la terra, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa essere sempre usufruito da tutti gli esseri senzienti proprio come vogliono, senza fare alcuna resistenza. Preghiere di lunga vita per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che sono due tra le grandi emanazioni, tra le perfette emanazioni dei Buddha che si presentano su questa terra. Ecco, per il Dalai Lama, tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, tu che sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Supremo Tenzin Gyatso, Possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del suo giocatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che sostieni, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene, grazie. Eccola Maria Pia. Ciao Maria Pia, ciao carissima. Mandami, Maria Pia, mandami la prossima volta, ormai è tardi, la prossima volta mandami la tua email. Ok. Good morning. I am late, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Have a good practice.
Thank you so much. See you next Saturday.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, then let's start again with our practice. I'm Tenzin Tekchok from Nalanda Monastery, and I'm happy for everyone who's doing this practice together with us here on the prayerathon. And yeah, last week we had, no, it was this week actually, we put off our mask, which is really a great release, although the numbers are increasing. So we have still to be careful. And in other countries, I think it's quite different. So also in Germany, where I originally come from, they have record numbers of ill people. So let's hope that no one has to die from this disease, and that all those who are affected quickly recover. And maybe you know people who have long COVID or are really suffering from that, so we can include them in our practice. So, but as usual, it's quite important to establish a good body posture at the beginning, because we know body and mind are closely related, and it's much more easier to start with the body and relax the body than to relax the mind. But when we relax our body a little bit more, it also affects in a positive way our mind. So if you can do the 7 points of Varachana, this would be, of course, the best. But otherwise, just take a stable but flexible body posture. You can sit on a cushion or a chair. Most important is that we have an upright spine. And then quickly check your body if there are any tensions, maybe in your eyes or face or shoulders. And when we are able to release these tensions, also our mind becomes a little bit more relaxed. Then for some moments, we observe our in and out breath. When we are breathing in, we can feel that our abdomen rises. And when we breathe out, it decreases or goes down. So hopefully your mind is now a little bit more focused, a little bit more relaxed. But even if not, anyway, we will continue with this practice, and because we do it for others, all those who are affected. And we start by visualizing all those we know who are affected. gathering around us. We can also include the doctors and nurses and scientists who spend their life and their energies in order to help. And then we add all sentient beings from all the realms, from the hell realm, the hungry ghost realm, the animal realm, and also the God realms. And they appear gathering around us in human form. So we can see their suffering of being born. And everyone who was born will also die. There's almost no way not to become sick. But there are also these more subtle levels of suffering, which are always there, but we are not aware of. This suffering disturbs our mind. And then I would like a more, more elaborate visualization of the merit field or the refuge field. And it's from Lama Zopa. And you can read it with me, or you just listen and try to visualize. In space in front of me is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of variegated lotus and moon and sun mandalas. On top of this sits the essence of my own root guru in the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, and he has an Ushnisha on the top of his head. Shakyamuni Buddha has 1 face and 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left is in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He is wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned by the signs and exemplifications. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. All of these beings in the merit field are in the aspect of being pleased with me. By remembering their qualities and kindness, I feel great devotion toward them. From beginning this time until now, I and all other sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times, especially the sufferings of the evil one, evil gone realms. Still, it is difficult to see the end of samsara, to see the death of suffering. At this time, I have received a perfect human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which is difficult to find, but once found is highly meaningful. It can be used to attain a good future rebirth, liberation, and even enlightenment. Now, after having met the precious teachings of the Buddha, which are so difficult to meet, and the holy virtuous friend who reveals the complete unmistaken path, if I do not try to gain the most sublime state of full enlightenment, which is beyond the state of peace and all samsaric sufferings, I will have to experience the general sufferings of samsara and the particular sufferings of the 3 lower realms over and over again. Who has the power to protect me from these sufferings? Only the Guru and the 3 rare sublime ones abiding in front of me. I must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. Therefore, I'm going to take refuge in my Guru, and the 3 rare sublime ones. So then we can continue with the actual prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So at this point, we start with the recitation of the compassion mantra. And you may visualize the syllables of this mantra standing upright on a moon cushion at your heart. And while you're reciting, the letters are turning clockwise, like similar to a prayer wheel, and emanates a 5-colored brilliant light. And this light then reaches to all the sentient beings gathering around you. And you can visualize that this light draws back all their suffering from sickness, from old age, death, and so on. And this suffering has the color you can visualize as a black smoke or black liquid. And this is drawn back into the syllables of this mantra. And they are transformed into light, comfort, ease, healing, and everything positive and good you can imagine. So we do this for 1 or 2 minutes, 1 mala. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme. Om mani padme hum, om mani. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Then we do the actual prayer, and I will recite it 2 or 3 times. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings therefrom life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings therefrom life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings therefrom life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Next is the recitation of the swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the 3 times, manifesting as a monk wearing the 3 saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dhammakaya possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nimanakaya emanations appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Dapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, crawling, epidemic disease, grahas, spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make request in all the 6 stations of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losandapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, son, daughter, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Then there are 3 mantras. The first mantra is the Vajra Ama mantra, which protects mainly not to become affected by the virus, either physically or mentally through afflictions. And the other one is the Black Manjushri mantra and the mantra of Green Tara. Hum Vajabedum Padmashavri Ped Nimpaji Gnaganan Tayada Zavavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Vajabedum Padmashavari Ped Nimpaji Gnaganan Tayada Zavavirita Hana Hana Vajena Raksha Raksha Soha. Tase Juse Dutase Dumise Ningulache Kalajakam Jamtam Pepe Soha. Tase Juse Dutase Dumise Ningulache Kalajakam Jamtam Pepe Soha. Dare Dudare Dure Soha. So before we do the dedication, it's good to rejoice on all the positive things which are in the world, which are done by our precious teachers, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all Dharma teachers, also of other religions, when they have compassion and praying. But we can also rejoice in our own deeds, all the positive things we do for others, that we are able to do these prayers, that we have the time, that we have met the Dharma, which is really, really rare compared to all the other sentient beings in the world. So there are really very few people who know the Dharma and have trust in the Dharma and try to do good for others by becoming or wishing a complete, perfect Buddha. So, and I will read the dedications. May all the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So, I think, okay, there is Sharon. Are you continuing? No. Okay, because I think I'm 1 minute earlier, but there is Tenzin Beljang from New York.
Yes, nice to see you, Tenzin Techok. I don't think we have met before.
No.
Yeah, Tashidele.
Tashidele.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. You are living in New York in a center?
No, I'm connected with the Shantideva Center in New York, but I came here actually with the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche 9 years ago to help care for my parents in their 90s. Yeah. So, yeah.
So Zoom is then perfect.
It's really wonderful.
Yeah, great.
It's really great. So thank you so much for doing prayers this morning. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Continuing. And maybe we see us next week.
All right. So good to see you. Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. And thank you always to Chenrezig Institute for helping us to keep this beautiful prayerathon alive and online every week. And good morning to Irene and anyone else that may be listening. I am Tenzin Gyalpo. I am in New York City and doing prayers this morning on behalf especially of of everyone who may be sick from COVID or anything else, and all families, friends that are affected by this pandemic and any illness that we are experiencing in this world, and also for anyone who is suffering. Well, that means everyone, I think, but particularly for all those in the Ukraine and people of Russia, especially those who may be fighting and not even know the reason that they are fighting. So we make prayers this morning, and we begin with motivation. May all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And again, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll do some recitations of the Mani Mantra. First, visualizing Chenrezig in whatever form is appropriate for you individually. If you've had the appropriate empowerment, you can be dissolving into emptiness, arising as the deity. Otherwise, visualizing Chenrezig as bright light or small, a little bit above the crown of your head or a little bit in front of you, facing you. And you are surrounded by your father, your mother, all beings that are loved ones and friends are surrounding you and behind you and in front of you, and as far as the eye can see, all those who you don't really know or people that you have challenges with. And all of us, all of them have little Chenrezigs on the crown of their heads, radiating infinite white light down into their bodies and to all beings surrounding them. As we say these Mani Mantras, I will begin, but please say them at your own pace. Om Mani Mani, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani And now we'll recite a glance meditation on the Lam Rim, this one given to us by Dorje Chang Losang Jimpa. And I will pause a little bit between each verse to give us a little bit of time to reflect, or mini time to reflect on the verse. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my path to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying. in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this great and meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independent upon that, even if I achieve the mere liberation, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara.